Check, 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 check. Check, check. Check, check. Check, check. Check, check. Check, 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 check. Check, 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 check. Health systems, hospitals, pharmacies, cold chain for vaccines, and so on. It is a sector which is not very well known. People don't know the role of refrigeration within health systems, even if it represents about 1% of the global greenhouse gases emissions. So it is a problem of sustainable development. We need health for all the people, good health, and thus we need refrigeration, more and more refrigeration, but it should be sustainable regarding its impact on climate change. So, I cannot. I don't. Just a minute. I have a problem of slides. If you could, okay. So we will have 3 presentations. First, Michael Koffel from the University of Applied Sciences will present you a project financed by the European Union. The IR is in charge of the dissemination of the project, the International Institute of Refrigeration, but we have various partners from the European Union. Michael Koffel is the head of the project. It is a still ongoing project, but very interesting regarding the kind of actions we could have in developing countries, in that case in sub-Saharan African countries, because it is certainly a region of the world where we will have more and more needs, and currently a lot of needs which are not covered. Then Gérald Cavalier, who is the president of our IR Council, Scientific Council, who is the president of Technea Semafroid, a French company, and the president of the French Association of Refrigeration. He will present an informatory note we published with UNEP, thanks to UNEP, a joint informatory note on vaccines during the COVID, because COVID was perhaps the place where people once, for the first time, spoke on refrigeration technologies used for health systems. And then Viprav Gupta from the Medical Systems, which is a private company, which is what we call a corporate member. It seems the significance is the fact that the company receives all our information services, even if they are not on the board and voting in our organization. And he will present some practical cases on the use of refrigeration in medical systems. And afterwards, Q&A. So, as I told you, the problem is first in developing countries, because we need more and more medical systems. We don't have enough equipment in developing countries. And as you see on the screen, for the global greenhouse gases emission, it represents 1%, both direct. Direct, it is because of the refrigerants we use in most equipment, and indirect emissions because of the use of electricity consumption. And all the systems are using electricity. So first, the presentation of the EU SOFIA program, Sustainable Off-Grid Solutions for Pharmacies and Hospitals in Africa. So now you will have the presentation by Michael Kaufeld. Michael?
Welcome to this presentation about our SOFIA project. I am Michael Kaufeld. I'm a professor for refrigeration technology at Karlsruhe University of Applied Sciences, and I will present you our EU project SOFIA, which stands for Sustainable Off-Grid Solutions for Pharmacies and Hospitals in Africa. Let's have a quick look at the overall layout. As you can see here to the left, it's symbolized the hospital in this house with the Red Cross, and then you have our SOFIA system, our SOFIA solution, and different icons down here. And, all the explanations are here to the right. We will provide safe and clean drinking water for the hospital. We will provide hot water and steam if required for sterilization or for cooking. One of the major contributions would be refrigeration of medicines at +5 degrees, which is like medium temperature. Can also be used for cooling if space allows for that. We will have low temperature storage for blood plasma at -30, and we will have a small ultra low temperature storage for sensitive drugs at -70 degrees. Optionally, in the future, we could also think about cooling the surgical or intensive care unit. What can be done, because the entire SOFIA system is PV powered by the sun. We could supply electricity to the hospital. Let's have a look at the systems. This is a drawing of the refrigeration container, and you can see here to the right the machinery room, which contains the compressors of propane system and the CO2 system, because our philosophy is to use solely natural refrigerants. We don't want to have CFCs, HFCs or HFOs in our system. We have a propane system for the medium temperature room, but all the flammable propane is confined to this machinery room. The heat transfer is done by a thermosiphon loop with CO2, as we will see on the next slide. And the energy storage, the thermal energy storage in the +5 degree room is done with ice banks. So we freeze liquid water to ice in these gray boxes, and the surface of these stainless steel vessels is the heat exchanger for the +5 degree room. And then we have compressors for CO2 also in the machinery room. They provide cooling for the -30 degree room, and the evaporator is located here in this box, and there's a flap connecting this evaporator to the -30 degree room. And in case we have to defrost this evaporator, we will close this flap. We will open a flap on the other side, connecting the evaporator to the +5 degree room. So also the defrosting is done very energy efficient, because we just use the air available in this room to defrost the low temperature evaporator. And at the same time, we get the cooling capacity of this CO2 evaporator plus the ice, the frost formed on the heat exchanger, to cool this room. And then I said that there will be something for -70 for vaccines. That's this box here. It's a simple freezer box, household freezer, which we converted from isobutane to ethane, another natural refrigerant. And the entire system is powered by PV panels, not only these two, but the entire container is covered with PV panels. We will see subsequently on a slide a picture showing this. In case we do have 3 days of no sun, then this diesel generator set can take over and can supply some electricity to the container, such that the refrigeration can continue, because medicine and especially blood plasma or vaccines are very sensitive to temperature, and we have to ensure that the temperature always is held at the required level. Here at this small area, there's a smaller amount of lithium batteries as a power supply for the CO2 system overnight, but the the main energy storage are these two ice banks here in the +5 degree room. Now the slide is a little bit more in detail how the refrigeration system looks. Might be a little bit too abstract for several of you. But you can see here this is the propane system, the upper stage, and then we have the thermosiphon, CO2 loop to the thermal energy storage. We have a CO2 vapor compression system for the -30 degree room, and inside the -30 degree room we have a separate system running on ethane. And you can see some of the topics here. So we use propane, we use CO2, and we have the CO2 thermosiphon for transferring the heat to the medium temperature room, and we have the CO2 vapor compression system for the freezer, and then this inexpensive freezer for the seeds. Here you see a symbolization or a drawing of the water container, and you can see here the different things we are using in the container, and everything to the right here is the ultrafiltration and UV penetration of the water to make it sterilized, and then there's a water vessel, and here we have what we call a PV steam cube. It's a large metal block producing steam, for example for a washing machine, but also for sterilization of instruments in an autoclave or for cooking. For cooking we also have these Scheffler reflectors. They concentrate the rays of the sun onto a small metal block which can be used for cooking. So those are our technologies, and it's all put into two containers. You can see the actual picture taken at Everflow in South Africa 2 weeks ago. So the containers are ready, and you can see here how large the PV area is. This also means that the containers are most of the day in the shadow, which is very good, because then the heat load on the containers is reduced. On top of the PV panels there's a small bridge which can be used for servicing the PV panels and cleaning them if needed. Here you see the different field tests which we are going to have. They're all located in Africa, and we have the first hospital in Burkina Faso, and we have one in Cameroon, in Nigeria, we have one in Malawi, in Rwanda, and we have another one, Moore Mission Hospital in Uganda. And the manufacturing of the containers is done in South Africa and Everflow and Kofco. You see a few pictures of our capacity building around the world. We present this SOPHIA system at various conferences and different events, telling people about the use of natural refrigerants and how to clean the water. We do it online and we do it live. On the next slide you can see the first capacity building where our partners in Africa, they train the trainers and they also train the technicians on refrigeration technology, on solar technology, and on water cleaning technology. And this will be done on site in the 4 hospitals on the real systems in the near future. This is another technology developed in the project. It's called the PV Med board. It's a much smaller system because we only have just one small refrigerator running on the energy from the sun. We have PV panels giving a shadow to the people sitting here, benches for up to 8 people. And benches are filled with the batteries and with water to make them heavy enough to keep this structure on the ground. So this is a very robust version, simple shelter producing or providing electricity and providing some cooling. On the last slide you can see our consortium, 13 partners, 5 of them from Africa. In total we are from 8 countries, 5 of the countries are located in Africa, and the project duration time is from 21 October COP25. The picture to the right is from our project meeting in March at our partner Everflow in South Africa. You can see that the IRR is one of the partners. Thank you for listening.
Thank you.
Clean water is still a challenge for many health centers in remote areas of Africa. The Sophia project, funded by the European Horizon 2020 program, is developing sustainable cooling, heating, and clean water solutions for rural and remote hospitals. The Sophia teams are developing two container solutions, modular, adaptable, and powered by solar energy. These units can be easily integrated into existing infrastructures. Using natural refrigerants, the Sophia solar cooling container will provide low and very low temperature storage of blood plasma and sensitive drugs, cooling of medicines, vaccines, and food. Thanks to photovoltaics, solar thermal collectors, and Chevron reflectors, the Sophia water container will provide safe drinking water and pure water for medical purposes, steam and hot water. The PV Bedbot, a 100% solar-powered mobile unit, is designed as a multi-purpose mini health station. The Sophia systems will be installed and tested in 4 rural hospitals in remote areas of Burkina Faso, Cameroon, Malawi, and Uganda. Local companies will be involved in the installation of the Sophia systems, and they will benefit from the knowledge exchange and training activity. This will promote the replication of the Sophia technologies and create new opportunities. Sophia technologies will enable African populations to sustainably improve their quality of life.
Okay, so now I don't know if Gérald Cavalier is online. Apparently not, so I will present in his name the various slides he prepared regarding an informatory note we published for decision makers during the COVID issue, because at that period, something which was totally different than the previous diseases is the fact that we had to develop vaccines stored at very low temperatures until minus 70 degrees Celsius. So it was something that people were not aware of, and we had to work with the governments in order to propose them how to store and transport these kinds of vaccines. And thus we agreed with UNEP, with the United Nations Environmental Programme, to publish an informatory note which is for decision makers, which is free of charge. You can download it from our website. So you have the team which prepared this UNEP IIR cold chain technology brief for vaccines. You have here just a picture just to remember what happened during the COVID period. Then you have a few figures dealing with vaccines. It is very important to understand that classical vaccines generally are stored and transported between +2 and +8 degrees Celsius. And before the COVID-19, we already had 4.7 billion per year, which were injected. And of course, you know the importance of vaccines. For instance, according to the WHO, the World Health Organization, we saved 2 to 3 million lives per year thanks to vaccines. So it was very important. Refrigeration is also used in other purposes. For instance, scanners needs refrigeration at very low temperatures. Blood gifts per year, you have figures here. And then during the COVID-19, we had to multiply by 10 to 14 oxygen hospital consumption. We needed more vaccines, of course, and 7 billion, for instance, COVID vaccines were ordered in the world in 1 year. So it was a world challenge and also a technical challenge, because the new temperature for vaccines were between 70 degrees Celsius and minus 20 degrees Celsius, and with temperatures adapted to each kind of vaccines. All the vaccines were not stored and transported at the same temperature level. So the UNEP IIR cold chain technical brief for vaccines explains you the effect of temperature on vaccines, and also the vaccine cold chain, a cold chain which is relatively similar to the cold chain for food, but of course adapted to the various temperatures we need for the various kinds of vaccines. And the challenges are the continuity and ubiquity of this cold chain and the environmental challenge, as I explained. Generally speaking, all the health systems using refrigeration have a global warming impact of about 1% of the global greenhouse gases emissions. So it is very important to understand that vaccines, as well as all biological products, are sensitive with temperatures. So the need of refrigeration, generally speaking, is because temperature is a key factor for biological materials, as well as also materials which are not biological, but a fortiori for biological materials. So you have here the new temperatures for vaccine preservation with the various kinds of vaccines. You remember Pfizer, Moderna, AstraZeneca, Janssen, and so on. I will not describe it. You have you here on the screen, and you see that the conditions, not only regarding the temperature storage, but also regarding the preservation before utilization and after opening. The vaccines, you have also different kinds of duration. So it was very important to inform and to train all the people, and this tool, the informatory notes, was a tool for that. So you have here the pharmaceutical cold chain. We also have to inform pharmacists. Pharmacists, unfortunately, are not enough aware on the needs of refrigeration at the various kinds of temperature, and you will see the problems we can have in certain pharmacies because of that, including in developed countries. I mean, the problem is not only for developing countries, but even in developed countries, very developed countries, we have to inform and train pharmacists. You have here the technical equipment. So you can remember the issue, which is not only for vaccines, it is also for all pharmaceuticals, oncology, blood and its derivatives, samples, and so on. You also have to deal with medical gases production and distribution. Liquefaction of gases, of course, needs refrigeration technologies, medical imaging such as IRM and scanners. We need also refrigeration equipment for that, cryotherapy and cryosurgery, which are currently developed, especially in developed countries, and hospitals air conditioning. So, as I told you at the beginning, we are dealing with all the kinds of temperatures and various kinds of technologies, which are relatively similar, however, in the various kinds of uses, but of course with some changes. So we need continuous refrigeration, homogeneous temperature, and certified performances. What are the challenges? The low global mean potential refrigerants, because of course we have current refrigerants which generally are potent greenhouse gases, especially in very low temperatures, and currently it is difficult to find more sustainable systems with low global mean potential refrigerants. And for instance, regarding the current regulations in the European Union, you have some derogations for very low temperatures because of the technologies which are not enough developed. And of course, we are working on that in order to find new cascade systems, for instance, with hydrocarbons, open air cycles, things like that. So there are still ongoing researches on that kind of topic. reinforced insulation, of course, and energy-efficient refrigerant systems, since energy is the most important factor of greenhouse gases in all refrigerant systems. It is energy efficiency is important because of this impact on global warming, but also regarding the need of energy, which is not always obvious, and it was the reason that, for instance, in the Sofia project, we tried to use solar energy. So the conclusion is that COVID-19 disrupted pharmaceuticals cold chain with new temperatures, new circuits, new stakeholders. It improved pharmaceuticals cold chain performance with new equipment and new solutions. COVID-19 reduced pharmaceutical losses with new organization and centralization. It opened new routes for refrigeration. Let's explore them and innovate for a sustainable pharmaceutical cold chain. Let's build energetically and environmentally positive cold chain. We made a lot of progresses, but we still need progresses for in that health issues. Health is, of course, very important, and we still have a lot of progress to do. So now I will introduce Vaibhav Gupta, who is from Medical Systems, in order to present you the decarbonization of the medical cold chain with the point of view of a company. We know that it is, as I told you, a corporate member of the IIR. And of course, it cannot be exhaustive, but just to give you more examples on what we could do for a better sustainable development of health systems. Let's have.
Hi everyone, it's a pleasure to be here. The good thing about coming after such good presentations is that a lot of the important issues have already been explained. But I do want to remind us of two important things. We're really wanting to talk here about access to health. As was mentioned earlier, millions of people around the world still don't have access to health services, and cold chain is extremely critical for that. And why we are here is really because cold chain actually has an impact on the environment. And so we have to really think through carefully, how do we ensure access to healthcare for everyone, but doing it in a sustainable way. The second part of that is that we can't really have health for all unless we have a healthy planet. And so we have to be very responsible when we talk about cold chain in this regard. So I'm representing a company called B Medical Systems, which has many decades of experience in medical cold chain. And I think the issue of refrigeration has already been pointed out, but essentially our expertise comes in the storage and transportation of any medical commodity which is temperature sensitive. The example of vaccines has already been pointed out. There are several other commodities which are extremely, extremely important. Blood is probably one of the bigger ones which is often ignored. Just to give you an example, in India, India is short of about 4 million units of blood every year. Despite that, almost 500,000 units are actually wasted because there isn't proper refrigeration. And just think of the hundreds and thousands of people who could have access to healthcare if that blood was not wasted. And this is in the context of a situation where already you're collecting less blood than is necessary. We work with several humanitarian agencies, several global health agencies like WHO, Gavi, UNICEF. So really this is a collaborative field where we work with global health agencies to ensure that nobody is denied essential health care because of the lack of cold chain. Now, I think this number we've heard before. All cooling contributes to about 7% of global greenhouse emissions. This includes cooling of buildings. We are in a cool building here right now in Dubai. When it comes to the cold chain piece, it's roughly about 1%, sorry. And that includes cold chain for not just medical commodities, but also food. Now, if you think about it, it's it sounds pretty small, but it's very similar to aviation, right? And how much we talk about emissions from the aviation sector. And I think, given the context of where we are in terms of access to healthcare, and I will talk about that, it will become clear why we should even be concerned about that 1%. Now, there are two types of emissions when we talk about the cold chain. There is the direct piece. Now, the direct emissions, come from the refrigerants that we use, and refrigerants can be polluting. I don't want to go into too much detail, but essentially, refrigerants, lead to emissions, and that's the direct part. The indirect part is also equally important, right? When we talk about cold chain, you can imagine, refrigerators, freezers. They often use grid electricity, and grid electricity often comes from fossil fuels. Transportation of these commodities also requires fossil fuels, and that actually contributes to about 70% of the cold chain related emissions. I think this is missing some data, but that's okay. A lot of refrigerants, still use hydrofluorocarbons, and these are what are a big cause of concern. The other part is that when you have very old equipment which is inefficient, that obviously consumes a lot more energy than modern equipment. And that is another source of concern. I've already talked a little bit about indirect emissions, but a large part of our electricity still comes from grid electricity. So I'm glad there was a mention of how you can move away from fossil fuel based electricity. The inefficiency part is extremely critical. We heard an example of a pilot project in Africa. A lot of the cold chain equipment in Africa is extremely old. It's 10 to 15 years old. And so when we talk about improving access to healthcare, we are not just talking about new equipment, but also replacing some of the older equipment with new equipment, which is more environmentally friendly. Now, let's go back to that point about 1% emissions. That is the current state of play. Now we know, and we've all heard about universal health coverage. Millions of people across the world actually do not have access to healthcare. And just think about, if we were to vaccinate every single child in this world, every single adult in the world with COVID-19 and other vaccines, every single adolescent with an HPV vaccine, how much more cold chain equipment would be needed, right? And so we really need to think about what is the future. The other part, and the previous presentation talked about COVID-19. This is not going to be the last pandemic. We know that, right? And if we are to prepare for future pandemics, then we need to ensure that every remote area in Africa, every remote area in Asia, every remote area in Latin America also has the required cold chain. The third part of this is, we know that there are new therapies available, right? There's a lot of advancement with mRNA technology. There's a lot of advancement in cancer treatment. Biologicals were mentioned earlier. CEPI is working on several new vaccine candidates. Now, it's all good to come up with new therapies. It's also extremely positive that we are talking about local manufacturing of vaccines in Africa. How will they get to every single part of the world? We need cold chain, and we need sustainable cold chain. And, Gavi, UNICEF have done a fantastic job of ensuring that a lot of countries had the right equipment for COVID-19 vaccination. But at the same time, if you look at vaccine coverage rates in large parts of Asia, large parts of Africa, they're still very low. And a big part of that problem was cold chain. And, I talked about grid electricity. Almost 1 billion people are served by health facilities which have no electricity. 1 billion people, right? How are we going to get electricity to them? Part of the solution lies in some of the modern cold chain solutions. And again, this is, I think, given what I've said, it's pretty simple. We talked about direct emissions. The solution there is obviously green refrigerants, and I think that has also been mentioned a little bit previously. When we come to indirect emissions, we have to think about, can we move to solar? Can we move to other renewable sources of energy? Can we have electric vehicles to transport vaccines and so on? And we have to think really carefully about older equipment that is inefficient. Okay, that's a huge problem. As a company, we are constantly trying to keep in step with sort of the global initiatives to create more environment-friendly solutions. We are already using green refrigerants, and I don't want to get into detail, but a lot of conventional refrigerants have very high global warming potential, and global warming potential is essentially a way to measure, it's a unit that measures how polluting a particular refrigerant is, and we are already switching to green refrigerants. Similarly, we are constantly innovating to make sure that our equipment is more efficient. And there's a lot of, we have a huge R&D team which is constantly working to make sure that the electricity consumption from each unit is lower and lower, right? And that's also an important part of the solution. We have already installed more than 60,000 solar cold chain units. And one thing I want to point out here, a lot of these are, solar direct drives, and this is an important technology, and that's not, the critical part is that solar direct drives don't use batteries, right? So it uses a solar panel, and it directly powers the refrigerator or freezer that is being used. This is an example from India, and this brings us back to the access to healthcare point. We have just recently installed 154 solar units in 7 states in India, and we have already seen that it's contributing to increase in access to healthcare, and it's doing it in a sustainable way. So it's very important that the healthcare community talks to the climate change community and vice versa, right? Okay, it's kind of paused. Anyway, I think the slides are paused, but I can, I'm almost at the end. Okay. So the slide has gone a bit wonky, but I think the key part is a lot of agencies and particularly Gavi, 60% of the procurement recently of cold chain equipment by Gavi has been, solar units. And the last thing I want to say that beyond, what I've mentioned, there are also other things that we are doing. One very important solution that I want to talk about is real-time monitoring. Often what happens is in the cold chain, when you receive a product at the end, you might realize that, well, actually, this is not the right temperature. But by then, you've already wasted that product. You have to throw it away. You can't use that vaccine. real-time monitoring solutions allows you access to actually make corrective action in real time. So while a vaccine is being transported, you get an alert which tells you that, look, there is a problem with the cold chain, and actually you can correct it while it is being transported. That means you're reducing the wastage of very essential health commodities. And that's also an important part of reducing medical waste. Yes. So we should not forget these other innovations which are around the periphery, but which make a huge impact in terms of the impact of cold chain on climate change. So I will conclude my presentation here. Thank you very much, and enjoy the rest of COP. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So, sorry for some drawbacks regarding the presentations, but I think that you had the essential message regarding the importance of health systems. We mentioned the cold chain for health products, but also other kinds of medical systems, and the impact, the importance of sustainable development in this sector. So now we have some time for Q&As, for questions and answers. Michael Kaufeld, you heard him, but he's online, so you can also put some questions to Michael Kaufeld for the Sophia project. And Viprab Gupta is here on site, and we are also at the IR on site. So please, do you have any questions regarding all these presentations, or more general questions regarding health systems? Because we were not able to present all the issues regarding health systems. Michael, because you are online, do you have, please, yeah. Just.
Okay, thank you very much. Do you hear me?
Yeah.
Michael as well?
Michael, do you hear? It's okay?
Yeah, because the question is for
You
Michael.
hear Ladzat, please.
Yeah, I'm with the Ozone Secretariat, so thank you very much for this presentation. I wanted, so you made a presentation about all these solutions that work in the context of developing countries, but the problem is then how to make them more accessible and scalable. So what you suggest to need to be in place to really scale up these solutions, all this off-grid? Okay, it's a bit of delay, no, from what I understand.
Michael,
I
do
heard
you
you.
hear us?
Just how to make these solutions more scalable. You said you had a challenge of transporting this equipment from South Africa to other African countries. So how to make these solutions more locally available and scalable? If you have, can share some tips from your experience.
Your phone is muted.
Yes, we are.
Okay.
Yes, I hear you via the YouTube.
Yes.
Okay, good.
Well, may I just make a comment regarding that question? Of course,
Yes,
there is the aim, and as it is.
right now we are.
Yes, please, Michael.
Yes, can you hear?
Yes.
Can you hear me?
Yes, please do it. Please speak.
Yes, but I'm on the Teams. Can you hear me there?
Yes, we hear you.
I have unmuted my microphone.
We hear you, Michael. We hear you. Michael?
Does it work now?
Yes.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes, we are working with our South African partners on making on scaling it down to scaling it down to smaller sizes. So maybe combining. Yes, but I'm explaining. Then you're not hearing what I'm explaining.
We are hearing you.
Yes, I can hear you loud and clear. Yes, and I'm saying that
We hear you, Michael. Continue. Ah. So,
We get a sound via Teams, so maybe it's
so
better, I don't know.
Michael, I will speak, and you can complete what I will tell the people who are attending. Just to tell you that as all
Seems to be
all the European projects financed by the European Union, we have the task to disseminate the information.
we could have all solutions in one container probably, and make sure that this container can be sent as a normal container.
So the idea is to, of course, continue the work. It is not finished. The project is not finished. So we still have to implement the equipment in the various hospitals and pharmacies in the 4 countries which were mentioned, Burkina Faso, Cameroon, Uganda and Malawi. But afterwards, our aim is to organize regional events with countries which are not within these 4 countries. So in any case, we already we program these kinds of events, and the International Institute of Refrigeration will use its network in sub-Saharan African countries in order to organize these events and to inform and train people to also visit the various locations in order to give some examples. At that stage, we still don't know exactly how it will be organized, but in due time, we will do it in any case. And we will try to implement these kinds of equipment, or perhaps derived equipment, a little different with smaller equipment, for instance, in all these sub-Saharan countries. So it is just the beginning of our action, but we had a very good information back on the importance of it and the will of the governments, the various governments in sub-Saharan countries, to be involved in these kinds of experimentations. So, Michael, I don't know if you would like to add something, or is it clear? Oh, Michael is not online now, but well, do you have other kinds of questions or comments? Liadzat? Do you have, it's okay? Do you have other kinds of questions? No? We still have some time. Well, because you perhaps you will prepare your questions just to add a few comments.
It's fine.
Ah.
Yes, I am online, but there's a big time delay.
Ah, okay. So, do you have something to add, Michael, or is it okay? Yes, apparently there is some time between the moment I am speaking and the moment he is hearing me. Well, in any case, all this event will be on YouTube. It will be accessible on YouTube, so you could hear it afterwards. In addition, you have some documents. Ah, Michael, it's fine. Okay. So you have some documents.
It is fine.
I think he's trying to speak. It's a 3-4 seconds delay. No?
But he tells it is fine. So I will just continue. You can also have some information on our website, on the IA website, dedicated to the SOFIA project. You also have some leaflets which are here describing the SOFIA project, so don't hesitate to take them. Regarding the informatory note we published with UNEP, you can find it free of charge, of course, both at the UNEP website, or the Montreal Protocol UNEP side, and the IA website. So don't hesitate to download them. It is totally free of charge. Well, of course, the IA is at your disposal for any additional issue. So, I don't know if there are some other comments, questions. if you don't have, Michael, once again, do you have any final comment?
No, it's fine. No, it appears that there's a time delay between what I received from you and what you received from me.
Okay. So thank you to the speakers. Thank you, Michael. Thank you, WebHub, for your participation. And we are at your disposal for any additional comment. Thank you.
Yes, thank you. Bye-bye.
Okay, checking. Oh, it works. Perfect. Good morning, everybody. Welcome to the Montreal Protocol Pavilion. Very happy that some new faces have made it here this morning. I'm Shikhar Bhasin. I am a advisor to the Council on Energy, Environment and Water, and I'm also a senior advisor to the UNAP Cool Coalition. And I'm very pleased to be welcoming you to a particularly interesting session on a subject that seems to really be making waves within the climate and the cooling community. We're here today to talk about what the fuss really is all about when it comes to stratospheric aerosol injections. This is an over-the-horizon, some call it innovative, many call it controversial, technology approach to solving for the climate crisis. And at this particular event, we want to really understand what that fuzziness is really all about. Why are there so many people who are quite pro and then quite anti it? What does it mean in terms of exploring this as a technology subset further? What does that mean for the safety of the ozone layer, in particular with stratospheric aerosol injection? And I'm really happy to say that I have the lucky job of posing these difficult questions to a really, really incredible set of panelists. And if you could allow me to welcome each of them individually. We have with us Dr. David Fahey, who is the director of the Chemical Sciences Laboratory in the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration. He's also the co-chair of the Scientific Assessment Panel of the Montreal Protocol. We're also joined by Dr. Andrea Hinwood, who's the chief scientist of UNEP. We have with us Dr. Arti Gupta, who's professor of global environmental governance at the Wageningen University. And then we're also very lucky to have Her Excellency, a dignitary from Micronesia, Ms. Anna Maria Kleemeyer. And to kick this off, I'd like to turn to David, if I could, who's going to be sharing an opening presentation so that everyone in the room is familiarized a little bit more with what SAI really is about. So David, over to you. Just for everyone in the room to know, you'll be able to hear everyone better if you use your microphones or your earphones. And there is a bit of a lag between our online speakers and us over here, so please be a little patient. Thank you. David?
Thank you very much. Can you see my slides?
Yes.
Yes. Well, good morning, everyone. It's a pleasure to be invited virtually to the Secretariat's event this morning. I'm pleased to be able to talk about stratospheric aerosol injection. What's the fuss? I do this primarily as the co-chair of the Montreal Protocol Scientific Assessment Panel and as director of the Chemical Sciences Laboratory, which is actively studying this topic. So I'll show you just a few slides that I think capture some of the most important points that would be the basis of discussion or framework to talk further about this. We start by saying, what is the stratospheric aerosol injection? It's a form of solar radiation modification, which is a form of climate intervention or geoengineering. So we often find these terms on the same paragraph or in the same document. Climate intervention itself refers to cooling the Earth by human means to offset the warming and other impacts due to greenhouse gas accumulation. The quote here is from the United States National Academy's Climate Intervention intervention report that I think is extremely telling and provocative for a framework about climate intervention. And I'm getting a lot of voices in my ears at the moment. Should it ever become important for society to cool Earth rapidly, albedo modification approaches, in particular SAI, and possibly marine cloud brightening, are the only ways that have been suggested by which humans could potentially cool the Earth within years after deployment. Those few words, the only ways, is really extremely important to think about when we're thinking about this topic. And to me, this paragraph somewhat picture frames the source of the fuss, that it acknowledges that humans may actually want to cool the Earth quickly, and that in the toolbox there's only one method, and that's SRM. And so, and the third layer we would put is we're not really prepared to talk about it scientifically the way we would need to. The principal method of climate intervention is SAI, along with MCB and cirrus cloud thinning, and on the right there is a figure from the National Academy's report that tries to capture that. The next level of detail is that SAI would inject aerosol or aerosol precursors, namely sulfur in today's discussions, into the stratosphere to reflect solar radiation that otherwise would add heat to the Earth system. SAI is considered to be the most effective and most affordable option to cool the Earth, which is why it ends up on the top of the list when we're talking about this. Marine cloud brightening is trying to change cloudiness in the marine boundary layer. It's less well developed, even though it's currently being researched. Cirrus cloud thinning is even more speculative and often isn't included in the list. And today we'll talk about SAI primarily. Why might we choose climate intervention? Well, you're there in Dubai talking about the emissions gap that the emissions gap report nicely frames. So nations are far behind in delivering on their Paris Agreement commitments, causing this implementation gap. A quote from this 2023 document is, "Action in this decade will determine the ambition required for the next round of NDCs for 2035 and the feasibility of achieving long-term temperature goal of the Paris Agreement," which connects to that provocative paragraph. It may become the case that we don't meet our long-term temperature goals and would be looking for options to cool the Earth. What other ways have been proposed to cool the Earth? Well, there's a number of them. This graphic captures them. In the upper left, we have space mirrors and afforestation and then biochar, iron fertilization that are often talked about, but they really don't compare or compete very well with SAI in terms of cost effectiveness and basic effectiveness and cost. But what's really important, that it's CDR or carbon dioxide removal that is the long-term cooling method for the Earth, achieved by permanently removing CO2 from the atmosphere. And so SAI should not be considered an alternative to CDR. And indeed, CDR and SAI really need to be looked at as a combination for how we will deal with our future temperatures. Is there evidence that the SAI method is a viable method to cool the Earth? Absolutely yes. And this comes from explosive volcanic eruptions that are demonstrating the cooling possible by injecting or creating stratospheric aerosol. And indeed, we consider volcanic eruptions are a natural analog of SAI. This is a photo of Mount Pinatubo, and on the right is a temperature trace that shows that the Earth cooled by tenths of a degree Kelvin or centigrade for a few years after the eruption. And so if we can simulate the effect of a volcano, we could also achieve this cooling. What is the peak shaving scenario for climate intervention? I think this graphic is perhaps one of the most important to have in mind when we're discussing SAI from any dimension. The concept of peak shaving is an essential framework to show that SAI is augmenting aggressive mitigation via CDR, for example, in order to lower and stabilize temperatures. And so the graph has no numbers on it, but it shows how global temperature would change over decades in these different scenarios. The black line being limited or no mitigation, the one we're mostly on now, where temperatures are going to increase in the future. We'd like to be on the orange line, which is aggressive mitigation of CO2 via CDR, that eventually would reach a stabilization temperature. And to the extent that we have not achieved this stabilization temperature, SAI fills the gap, so to speak, those blue arrows, to temporarily reduce the temperature to this assumed stabilization temperature. SAI in this framework has a beginning, middle, and end, that it's not considered an open-ended solution. The SAI implementation, those blue arrows are defined by a number of parameters, like how much material are we putting in the stratosphere, altitude, latitude, longitude, what kind of material would we be putting, frequency of injection, etc. So it's a multi-dimensional decision or framework. And we would like to optimize or maximize the cooling we would get from any implementation while minimizing unintended consequences. So whenever you're in a conversation about climate intervention, this graph should come to mind to help really communicate and describe what it is we're talking about. Are there unintended consequences for cooling the Earth with SRM? Yes. All solar radiation modification methods can't fully offset the widespread effects of global warming. There's a risk of termination shock where we would stop the implementation suddenly. There's interhemispheric differences and ocean acidification would continue. For SAI, top of the list is stratospheric ozone layer changes, as well as circulation changes of other effects in the troposphere. And so the Secretariat has acted to include climate intervention, SAI, in the ozone assessment, the activities of the scientific assessments panel, because of their responsibility for understanding how stratospheric ozone may change in the future. And I can direct you to this document. It's on the web. It's in this particular version in 2022, there's a strong tutorial aspect to it, as well as specifics about ozone. So there's definitely unintended consequences, which is part of the fuss for this topic when people talk about it. What are the modeled SAI impacts on polar and global ozone? I'll forego going into the detail here. The slides are available. We can go into our report. But for a reasonable scenario of trying to cool, stabilize at 1.5, we'll see deeper Antarctic ozone holes than we do today. We won't see much in the Arctic, we don't think. It tends not to be as vulnerable. And very interestingly, at mid to high latitudes, particularly in the northern hemisphere, we might actually see ozone increase as a result of SAI. This is because there are dynamical effects in the stratosphere as a result of SAI that move ozone around. And this is important for the parties because they've never really thought about or had to consider what might happen if ozone increased over populated areas and UV decreased. And then my last point would be that as one looks at this topic and we quickly come to the conclusion about the importance of conducting a scientific assessment of SRM methods. These are quotes from the One Atmosphere report released by UNEP earlier this year. Andrea Hinwood, my co-panelist today, was the chair of this process, and it has some very cogent statements about an assessment. The panel that wrote this anticipates that assessments, including both natural and social sciences, would be valuable for guiding research and for defining the foundation for decision processes. I think that's really key. We need a foundation for decision processes. A scientific assessment would cover, would help address the governance of outdoor experiments, the actual deployment, technology development, financing, governance. Essentially, all of the aspects of climate intervention would benefit from this foundation. So we suggested the establishment of a globally inclusive, transparent, equitable, and scientific review process for SRM. And we know how to do this because we're doing it in IPCC and the Montreal Protocol. And finally, decisions about SRM deployment can be conceptualized in part as a risk-risk trade-off, which means balancing the risks of an SRM deployment against risks of what might happen in the absence of an SRM deployment. Insufficient information exists to make this trade-off assessment with confidence for conceivable scenarios. So in my world, an assessment is a way to reduce the fuss about this particular topic. And with that, I'll conclude and thank you for your attention and be happy to join the panel discussion and question and answer.
Hey, thank you so much for that, David. Thank you for walking all of us through the findings of the scientific assessment panel, the concerns that there are in the uncertainties, and also looking to...
I don't hear anything.
I think it might come to you.
Thank you.
Okay, perfect. Thank you so much for that. I'm going to open up the panel now, and I think what we might do is ask Anna and Aarti to join us up here so that everyone can see the four of you together. Please join us. Maybe you could take those two, yeah? Okay, great. And I think given the presentation that we've just heard, right, with sort of the where we are in terms of understanding the science, where we are in terms of understanding how little we know about what the potential impacts could be, what some of the risks look like. I'd like to actually invite Andrea first and then move to Aarti and then to Anna to share their perspective, on this subject, highlighting what you actually think about it, what you think the sticking points look like, what are the ways that we need to be governing this, either as a way of encouragement or as a way of stopping it, and getting a slightly healthy debate going on this issue area. So Andrea, I'll turn to you first and then bring it back to the room here. Thank you.
Very much. I wish I was there to speak with you in person, but it's great to be able to join remotely. So I think the key issue I want to raise, and Dave has already alluded to this, any consideration of stratospheric aerosol injection does not solve the major problem we're facing. So even if, in a worst case scenario, there was some deployment, it would not reduce greenhouse gas emissions, it would not make differences in terms of biodiversity, pollution, etc. So unless we actually seriously address those environmental issues, we are going to continue to have climate change, and we're going to continue to have other environmental impacts that we are seeing all over the place. However, in recognition that this is a topic that is being discussed, debated, researched, it's something that I don't believe we should leave or down the track and not to consider now in terms of our understanding of whether this is viable, whether the risks are acceptable or not. And importantly, from UNIT's point of view, we do not have an understanding of the environmental, social and health impacts of any potential deployment. So from our perspective, there needs to be much more attention in terms of whether the suggestions that this is a viable technique, we need to know. And importantly, we also don't want a situation where someone, a non-state actor or a given country, thinks that this is going to solve all of their problems, and they deploy without us actually having a good understanding of what the technologies broadly and SAI would actually have on climate, environment, society and health. At the moment, there is no international scientific consensus on the risks of SRM. Should deployment occur and it cooled the planet, I think Dave already alluded to the potential for termination shock if you actually stopped it. Impacts could be in terms of warming of polar regions and cooling of tropics with deployment. And one of the other facets that the One Atmosphere report highlighted was that research is concentrated in the global north. So any climate intervention affects all of us. And so we need to have that discussion across the globe, which includes the global south. And so one of the recommendations of the panel, which you've already seen, is that we have this inclusive, transparent scientific review process to actually address the fundamental science, which would then inform what sort of governance might be appropriate. So I guess we're saying that the first action is take action on climate change. I mean, this is our opportunity. We're still in a window where we can actually halt the increase in temperature. So we need to make that an absolute priority, and we need to focus on that across all our sectors and the areas in which we work. We do need to still consider the science of SRM and start now. What would be challenging is if we don't, and remember, most of the science at the moment is just modelling. So if we don't, and someone unilaterally deployed, we don't have an idea of what the risks are and the uncertainties, and are we actually making things worse for ourselves? So I guess my point is, it doesn't solve the problem we're facing. Let's actually address the problem we're facing. And UNEP absolutely supports the need for a comprehensive review of the science, particularly focusing on the impacts, as well as what the science would tell us about governance actions, and that it needs to be inclusive and transparent and include multiple voices, because we only have one atmosphere. So thanks for your time. I look forward to any questions.
Thanks a lot for that, Andrea, and thank you for highlighting. Actually, you've sort of checked the boxes for a just transition. You've checked the box for how we need greater ambition, which are things that are being negotiated as we speak, at COP28 here. And I think the perspective that we all need to keep in mind is that it's not actually solving for the problem, but there is the reality is that it is becoming a part of the climate conversation increasingly. And with that, I'll actually turn to Aarti to also, as you give your opening remarks and share your perspective, to also highlight what is the problem with having more science attention focused on SAI and climate geoengineering.
Should I go there? No. Maybe I can, okay. Okay, thank you very much, Shikha, and thank you for this invitation to participate in this very important conversation. So yes, the question here is, what's the fuss all about? And I think I have become, in the last years, reluctantly interested in SRM. And this interest is driven by a very strong concern about this growing attention to SRM and to SAI. And this, in my view, and also in the view of more than 450 academics who are very concerned about the fact that this increasing attention to SRM is actually a dangerous distraction at this particular juncture in time, in particular, this critical decade, as we know. And in fact, it will not help us to address the problem of accelerating climate change. It might make it worse. It will exacerbate the problem. So let me very quickly say why I and a number of more than 450 scientists across the globe, including IPCC authors, natural and social scientists, and governance scholars, think that this is a dangerous distraction at this juncture in time. So the first reason being that, and I think it's important to note that the existential and accelerating climate crisis is the point of departure. All agree on that. Sorry, this is really a little bit. Should I come there? Maybe that's just. Is that better? Sorry, what could I do?
Just introduce yourself.
Sorry. Yes, I will do that. Is this working? Now? Yes. Okay. So I'm Aarti Gupta. I'm a professor of global environmental governance and politics at Wageningen University in the Netherlands. And I'm interested in global governance challenges of issues like solar geoengineering. And as I was saying, as I started to say, I've become reluctantly interested in SRM governance challenges and viewing it as a dangerous distraction at this juncture in time, and basically noting 3 reasons why it might be a dangerous distraction. And like I was saying, the fact that there is accelerating climate change is a shared point of departure. So, pointing out that climate change is going to get much worse and the impacts are going to get much worse. We are all on the same page on that front. It's just a question of whether we think that SRM will make the situation better or will it make it worse? And we think it'll make it worse. So let me say basically 3 reasons why we think it'll make the situation worse. The first one is that, and this is of course been mentioned, that deliberately intervening into the Earth's climate system has many uncertainties, many unknowabilities, and of course the impacts, and I think this is also well understood, will be unequally distributed. And there will be consequences for not just temperature, but also precipitation, water and food systems, and these consequences will be unequal. So that's a core concern, and there also that some of these are unknowable. So then the question becomes, what kind of research is actually going to tell us what we need to know, especially in terms of this risk balancing that we talk about, the risks of climate change versus the risks of SRM. So will we know through modeling and small-scale experimentation, etc., will we get a clear answer to the question, should we actually do this? Will the risks outweigh the risks of climate change? Can we do that risk balancing? The only way we can actually know about planetary scale impacts, which is what we are looking for from SRM. We are looking for a planetary scale effect on global temperatures. The only way to know about that planetary scale effect is to have planetary scale experimentation, and that is akin to deployment. So the question we have to ask ourselves is whether we are willing to gamble with planetary scale experimentation, because that is the only way for us to know actually what those impacts at scale and for a sustained period of time will be. Anything short of that, anything short of that will not tell us what actually will be the adverse or unequal consequences or benefits or efficacy of SRM deployment. So that's the first concern. And then that raises a whole lot of issues around, well, then what is the moral dilemma in the position which says, let's just do the research? And then we have to unpack what research actually means and the gradation between modeling, small-scale experimentation, which is geared towards technology development, and then sort of how one goes down that slope towards potential deployment. So that's, I think, the question is, when we say let's just do the research, there are political risks of that position at this critical juncture in time, because we know that that this might actually. So I'll come to those political risks, but just to continue down this argument that if we do research and research that's focused on technology development, eventually that may lead us to a deployment scenario. And our second concern then is, what would deployment, governance of SRM deployment actually look like? Because when there's this talk about potential deployment, there's always a sort of a hand-waving away of the governance challenges. Now, I'm a governance and a political scientist and a social scientist, and if we unpack what kind of governance architectures we actually have, what would governance of SRM, multi-decadal, multi-generational governance actually look like in our current governance architectures, then we have to unpack that a little bit. So, for example, we have global governance architectures which are based on a one country, one vote system in the United Nations. And those are not very, they are not very strong. There's not enforcement because a one country, one vote system gives developing countries a vast majority in decision making. Alternatively, what we currently have is we have a holdover from the post-Cold War, Second World War era. We have the UN Security Council, which might have a little more enforcement power, but it gives a veto right to 5 countries, including the small island state of the United Kingdom. So we have to ask the question, do we actually have governance architectures which would be acceptable both to the vast majority of developing countries who might not be at the forefront of developing and deploying this technology, or alternatively would be available to the most powerful actors and states who would be in a position to deploy. Would the United States agree to put planetary altering technologies under the control of United Nations fora, which have a one country, one vote decision-making system? It's unlikely. And if we think outside of the box and we say we'll come up with an alternative form of global governance, we could think about, say, one person, one vote system, and a global assembly of people. That would give the United States 4.2% of the vote. So the question arises whether we could ever govern solar geoengineering deployment in a fair and inclusive manner, giving the right of, because I guess we could all agree that if we have a planet-altering technology, we need global political oversight and control. And what would that global political oversight and control look like? That is the essential question. And if we cannot have that kind of inclusive governance arrangements, then are we willing to let a few powerful actors decide this? And the other thing to note here is that the decisions about deployment are very complex. It requires thinking how much sulfate aerosol to inject, when, where, for how long to sustain it, and what would happen in the case of loss or damage or, adverse consequences. So the assumption for global governance that we'll figure this out is that there's a rational global decision maker who's going to decide these things for the greater good of all and on behalf of all humanity. And I think that's not the world we live in, we can agree. We live in a geopolitically fraught world where these decisions will not be taken, and we're talking about a multi-decadal, multi-generational intervention. So when we say deployment, we're actually talking about hundreds to thousands of planes flying 24/7 for decades, and up to about a century. This exceeds any one person's lifetime. So Elon Musk might have a lot of money, but I think he hasn't figured out yet how to live that long. So the question is, where is that global rational decision maker who's going to make this multi-decadal call on behalf of all humanity? So those are the two risks, the ecological uncertainties, the fact that we might make climate impacts much worse, and the fact that we could never, in our current systems, or imagine any sort of world government or rational decision maker that could actually govern solar geoengineering. That brings us to the third risk. And these two first risks are actually future risks associated with SRM. But the third risk is a current, real, present danger today. And that is, as long as we keep SRM on the table and we keep this option open and we keep thinking that, well, this could offer us some sort of temporary solution, we can unpack the temporary idea also. This has a huge risk of delaying the mitigation that we need to do today. And that mitigation deterrence risk is perhaps the most serious risk. In this critical decade, we cannot take our eye off what we need to do. We understand we can just look around at what's happening at this COP, and we know how politically and economically challenging it is, that we have not managed for 3 decades or more to do what we need to do. And we think that political and economic challenge is too great, so we are going to actually alter the Earth's climate system. That's easier. That's easier than addressing our fraught politics, which don't allow us to, do what we need to do to have a just transition. I think that is a crucial concern today, to even talk about the fact that, well, let's do the research and have that risk of mitigation deterrence is, I think, a moral responsibility on all of us who make that claim that, we need. I completely take the point that we need to know more, but I think we can pick up on that. We need an assessment of risks, etc. But yeah, those are our 3 concerns. And as I said, if you're interested in more information about any of these, we're happy to provide it and happy to discuss further. Thank you.
Thank you. Dika has asked me to just go ahead and introduce myself. I know everyone is on a busy schedule, so good morning, everyone. I want to start by thanking the organizers, the Montreal Protocol, for creating this space and for conversation. To all of the people who have come, I'm looking at some very attentive, beautiful faces that have come here to be part of this conversation. And thanks to Andrea, David, and Arti for being part of this panel with me. It's, in our view, a very important conversation that we're having today. My name is Ana Maria Kleymeier. I am an international climate lawyer working with the government of Micronesia. We began our journey of understanding on this issue in the Montreal Protocol meetings, when the scientific assessment panel published 4.5, 5 years ago in their quadrennial assessment, the reporting that included information about the potential impacts on the ozone layer of stratospheric aerosol injection. For those of you who are familiar with the Montreal Protocol, it is one of the most effective and, in our view, important international treaties that exist today. And it's effective because it is a forum that has garnered trust and has been extraordinarily successful in reaching its goals. In fact, I would say even surpassing its goals year after year since it's been in effect. The protocol depends on the information that is provided by the scientific assessment panel, and the parties take that information quite seriously. It's a beautiful dialogue between the parties and their assessment panels that help drive the process forward. So when we saw in the report that there was a risk and a danger to the ozone layer, which is actually in the process of healing, we thought, well, this is something that we as parties need to pay attention to. And we have since then, as parties and as a community, requested more information from the assessment panel. And Dave and his colleagues in the assessment panel have been very helpful in our own evolution of understanding of that relationship between the potential for the SAI and its effects on the ozone layer. So that is kind of a small picture. As time has progressed and this issue has become more important globally, the conversations have spread out, and we see how now in UNEA, the United Nations Environmental Assembly, and in other forums, the topic of stratospheric aerosol injection, solar radiation modification, geoengineering, these terms are popping up increasingly. And I think that Dave and Andrea have put out for us quite clearly in a short period of time the reason why we're beginning to hear this conversation more and more. Not only because there's more research and more technologies under development, but also because we are standing closer and closer to the edge of the precipice over which we will surpass 1.5 degrees and potentially begin to trigger irreversible tipping points. And it is, I think, there where, to Andrea's point, and I think ours also, the risk analysis is increasingly important. I mean, what we are trying to understand as ourselves as a small island nation is what are the risks of potential modification of the atmosphere versus the risks of surpassing 1.5 degrees and all of the impacts that means for us. In Micronesia, we are already experiencing grave impacts on our health due to heat waves and degradation of our coastlines. We are experiencing changes in the fisheries sector, which is our primary economic resource, and also what we depend on for food security due to the heating of the ocean and ocean acidification. So all of these things are real risks, and I would say beyond risks, now real impacts that we are experiencing as a nation. In terms of this particular debate, from our perspective, we think it is very important to begin thinking about the principles that frame the discussions. For us, two of the primary principles are first, transparency around information and understand, so that we can understand better what those risks are, what the opportunities and the realities are. And the second principle is the principle of equity, where, and I think several of the speakers pointed out, where the inclusion of countries and of communities from across the world within the discussions and within the considerations and eventually around decision making, inclusivity and equity are fundamental, because this is these technologies are transboundary. Activities on one side of the planet will certainly affect the other side, and maybe all parts of the planet. So for us, and the reason why we're here and the reason why we speak out on this topic within the Montreal Protocol is because we want to emphasize those principles and those processes towards greater understanding. We think that without that understanding, without equitable participation in these early stages, we cannot embark even on eventual decision making around governance and other considerations. But we're not there yet. We are grateful for UNEP and for the SAP and for Montreal Protocol as the international family that is supporting this in the absence of any kind of governance or sort of agreed upon structures to house this issue and these considerations. So I leave it at that and pass the mic back to Sika. Thank you so much.
Hear the impassioned opinions that are coming around the table. I'd like to turn to Dave as a first, actually, with a follow-up question. You concluded, all four of you have spoken about equity, the need for transparency, and the need to really understand what the impacts might be, because the uncertainty still is very, very high. And I want to pick up on a point that Aarti made, that are we in a position, Dave, to really be able to truly understand the uncertainties and the potential impacts of deployment? Can we conduct research that will highlight what the environmental consequences, the social consequences are going to look like? And is that part of the consideration, as a chair that suggests that we need to look further into SAI to truly understand whether deployment is necessary?
And then it's very difficult to understand. There's a lot of background noise and echoing.
Okay, what I might do in that case is actually pose a question to Aarti and Anna here, and maybe Liazet, I'll come over to you and we can type some questions for our panel there. So Aarti, you've mentioned the need for governance. You've also mentioned, the real-world challenges that we're seeing and how that governance, the current governance structures are failing us really when it comes to solving for climate change largely. With this research that needs to happen, what is the governance structure that should at least define the research? Because as much as we may not want to be seeing this deployed, the fact of the matter is that it is a part of the conversation. It's increasingly becoming a part of the conversation. So I want to understand from you, in your perspective, how do we start governing the research to make sure that it is, in fact, equitable and transparent in terms of what the findings and the impacts might look like?
Is this working? Yeah. Okay. No, I think that's a very crucial question, of course, Shikha, and I think the point is that one needs research oversight, right? And the question is, where should that research oversight be placed, and where should it what should it look like? And I think people haven't figured that out yet, in the sense that it should be at the national level, or and there, that is where a place like UNEP, UNEA, etc. comes in, to have a sort of global inclusive assessment of the kind, what's the state of the art, what do we know, and to have an assessment, and as well have oversight mechanisms. But I think one thing to say there is that this is also something that has been done. So the CBD, for example, does have a moratorium, de facto moratorium on experimentation, and has tried to define ways of understanding what constitutes legitimate versus illegitimate forms of research. So have some sort of oversight, right? The London Protocol, London Convention also tries to have an assessment framework. So it's not that there is no effort to have any sort of global governance of certain types of solar geoengineering. It's not a tabula rasa in some sense, internationally speaking. And whatever one does have, whatever global governance, also addressing research governance, that is largely restrictive. And those who would advocate for SRM and solar geoengineering tend to dismiss these restrictive precedents, saying that the CBD moratorium is not actually a moratorium, and playing down, I mean, it was a decision by parties, right, countries. So the fact is that whatever we do have is, which tries to address some facets of solar geoengineering or climate engineering in general, and try to define those boundaries, internationally speaking, is largely restrictive. And it's a very complex matter to say, you know, what is legitimate and what is illegitimate forms of research. And I think we think that's a political decision, right? We need to have that political conversation. And that's why this initiative, which is calling for a non-use agreement on SRM, suggests that actually it should be governments and political actors, the United Nations and others, that come together to decide what constitutes restrictive research and potential, you know, further development of this technology. And so that's a political decision, but I think there are precedents internationally.
Right, like the whole conversation is around this whole risk, right? We understand the risks of climate change. A lot of your country is already living through that. What is the sort of political opinion around encouraging actions that could potentially try and cool the climate a little bit, you know, while recognizing that the risks of that could also end up impacting places like Micronesia in a fairly inequitable manner?
Thanks, Shika. I think that's a great question. And the unfortunate reality is that there is not an opinion yet formulated, because there has not been sufficient discussion and spaces for education, information, and sort of safe spaces for exchange. Many countries have not been, I think, not even been able to develop an opinion upon this. And so I think there are some processes that are in place. There was an attempt to create that space for learning and discussion within UNEA, and I think that process is continuing, so that this will come to the forefront of decision makers' considerations, and that more countries will become involved. But my experience up to now is that many countries are very hesitant to engage in the discussion and even formulate an opinion, because of the very limited understanding of the issue and its implications.
Turning to Dave, and the question's been typed out for him, but for the benefit of our audience, what I've asked him is picking up on Arti's point, right? That can research actually measure and tell us what those social and economic and equity impacts of SRM and SAI could look like? Because that is what everyone seems to be saying in the room, right? That we need to know more, but can research actually tell us what we need to know?
Yeah, all right, thank you. It's very difficult to hear what's going on in the room. So the question is it possible to research to enhance the understanding of impacts of actual implementation, social, environmental, et cetera, impacts? It's very clear that the answer is yes to that. And I talked a lot about the scientific aspects that research would be focused on. But there at the end, I commented on the value of an assessment. That assessment provides the scientific foundation, provides a scientific foundation for not only deciding what scenarios might make sense, but those scenarios also are of value to the social and environmental and other aspects of a particular scenario. So I think it's really important that the social investigators, researchers, use the same scenarios that the scientists have developed. And this is this coordination that I think is really essential. We're talking in a consistent and comprehensive way across the topics. So yes, I think you start with a scientific assessment, and then you add layers of social, environmental, biodiversity, etc. Once you have the physical scenario or manifold of scenarios outlined. So thank you.
Thank you. Andrea, if you can hear me, it would be great to get your perspective on what this governance structure should look like that can actually support equity, transparency, equality, and voices when it comes to undertaking greater research.
Okay, thank you. I think I've got the question in the chat. Look, I think in terms of governance, the One Atmosphere report said we should start discussing it, because at what point does research become field experimentation, becomes small-scale deployment, becomes large-scale deployment, which might still be research. So I think at the moment, I think it would be very helpful for the scientists to actually get together. And I should say there are actually a range of organisations at the moment who are piggybacking on some of the work of the National Academy of Sciences, but there are a range of other organisations who are actually looking at what it means to do research in this area and what is ethical. But I actually think that's where the global conversation needs to go, because I think, do I know what limits should be put on research at the moment with respect to this area? No, I can't answer that question, which is why I think a comprehensive scientific review process would enable us to actually answer those questions, and then to actually frame the questions for what governance makes sense. The other bit of this we already know, as has already been mentioned, with conventional biological diversity and the London Protocol, etc., also talk about you're unable to deploy ocean fertilisation techniques, but it doesn't necessarily limit research per se. So I think we need to have that discussion in terms of what is ethical, what is appropriate, and that brings in those inclusive voices that are currently not in this conversation, and how do we have it sensibly so we actually have a sensible outcome of the research. And you know what? It might be that the impacts are determined to be so significant that no, we'll forget that. And I come back to my first comment that I made, though, let's not keep our eye off what we really need to do, which is actually to address greenhouse gas emissions, address climate change, address the triple planetary crisis for future generations. So yes, let's have this conversation, let's get the science right, but let's keep our eye on that first.
I think that's a really you've made my life very easy, Andrea, with that last statement, because I feel that sort of covers the state of play and also the sentiment that I think a majority of us do feel, that keep the eye on the prize, which is the 1.5 degree, and the action and the ambition that needs to get us there. Don't ignore that the fact that this conversation is happening, if not in this room, in several other rooms. So we need to be prepared to be able to respond to that. We do have a few minutes left, and I know that Didier has a question for us, so I'm just going to open it up to our audience for a few. Okay, so maybe we'll take both the questions together, and then the speakers can respond. Yeah.
Thank you very much. Didier Coulon, I'm the Director General of the International Institute of Refrigeration. So I'm not a specialist on that issues, but I see that for years you already have some countries which are sending some particles in the atmosphere, in clouds, in order to have more rain. And thus, I wonder if the kind of problem you already have with that kind of uncertainties, you already have some uncertainties on the impact of the country itself, or neighboring countries, or perhaps more far countries. I would like to know if there were some tentatives of regulation regarding that kind of practices, and if not, how we could do it. Because even if it is not at the same scale of what you mentioned, it is the same kind of problem. Countries try to, big countries, try to have some impacts on their temperature, in that case on rain, and it is also a problem of climate, of the consequences of global warming. So is there anything to do regarding that?
Is that working now? Yeah. Jess as Quadrature Climate Foundation. I have a question about the moral hazard issue that you raised, Artie, because I remember, that those of us working on adaptation in the early noughties faced the same question. And then, you working on removals a few years ago faced the same question of, is this a distraction? Are we taking time away from not keeping our eyes on the prize? And the way that we answered that question with adaptation was it's kind of, well, who is this for, actually? And if you take the perspective of the most vulnerable countries and most vulnerable people, they deserve to have the choices and the solutions. Similarly with removals, like, yes, we don't want this to be hijacked by the fossil fuel industry, but actually we need all solutions on the table. So I wonder to what extent with SI and climate intervention more broadly, whether if we take that perspective, actually, rather than it being a moral hazard, we almost have a moral duty to explore the science around this. Thanks.
Yeah, thank you for that question. I think that's exactly the kind of question we need to be asking. Who is pushing the conversation for solar geoengineering? Where is and it's a small group. Where is that group located? Where's the money coming from? Of course, the conversation is not global and inclusive, but why is that? Is that just because developing countries are clueless and have forgotten to discuss this matter and don't realize the stakes? But the question is, who's pushing that equity justice argument as well? So if you look at actually whichever states and governments have taken a position, for example, we could look at, if we talk about the equity justice, the most vulnerable, the African Council of Ministers in August at their meeting, one of the first declarations to say that this is a very worrying development, that there's this conversation around SRM, and they actually use the terminology of non-use. One needs to have a global conversation around developing non-use and taking this option sort of off the table. So that's the African Council of Ministers, and that is the continent where a lot of, the most adverse consequences will be felt. There are large numbers of civil society groups, indigenous communities, etc., who basically are very worried and concerned about SRM. So and based in the global south. So who is pushing the justice argument? I think it's sort of, where are those who are suggesting that we need solar geoengineering? Where are those who are fighting at the forefront to have billions of euros and dollars put into the loss and damage fund? There's a lot of suffering today. There has been for 30 years. If we cared about the suffering of the poor and the vulnerable, we wouldn't be in this at this point in time. We wouldn't be talking about solar geoengineering. And why do we believe that the climate justice outcomes for solar geoengineering will be different from the ones we see today? So I don't have to belabor that point. So I think the moral responsibility on the historically greatest emitters to now do put solar geoengineering on the table is actually an abrogation of the most consequential abrogation of their responsibility. And it's sort of hijacking the idea of the global poor and the vulnerable to push an agenda which is coming from a very small group, based in the global north, primarily in the United States, funded by venture capital and philanthropy, tech billionaires, etc. That's where this conversation is coming from. And I think that's very important to know, what interests and agendas are pushing this. And this is not a conspiracy theory. And no, we're not suggesting that fossil interests are behind this, etc. But this is just empirically documented to the extent that it's possible to document where is research fund, where is money coming from to talk about SRM, and now pushing the conversation into the United Nations, etc. And the few countries that, like Mexico, for example, has taken a restrictive position as one of the first countries to say we will ban any kind of, and why did that happen? Because we know why that happened, right? Because somebody decided that they could try to make some money off of this speculative wild idea and sell cooling credits, and wanted to test that technology not over the United States territory, but over Mexican territory. So that is actually how climate justice and how this issue plays out and will continue to play out. So when we talk about, well, let's talk about research, we cannot actually separate it from the deployment questions as well. But I will stop here, yes.
Arti, I know that Anna needs to leave. I do want to give Andrea a minute to come in on the first question that was asked, but before I do that, Andrea, just want to say thank you to Anna for being here and sharing all of your opinions with us. Thank you.
Okay, I'm not sure I heard that, and I think, is that, sorry, we finished?
No, Andrea, if you could come in on the first question that was asked, that would be great. Yes, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so this question about moral hazard, this I think we understand very well, and of course it is a risk in the current discourse. But the horse is bolted. There is research in place. There are entities who are exploring these technologies. There is no governance. And I think we have an obligation to actually address this issue, and we absolutely keep pressure on, and we adapt, and we look at some of the carbon dioxide removal technologies, etc., and we look at restoration attempts and all the rest of it. But at the end of the day, if we ignore the science and someone decides this is a good idea, we don't understand enough about the uncertainties and risks, and I don't want us to be in that position. So hence, we think a comprehensive review addresses the issue, and it means that we make deliberate decisions, not decisions on the fly without sufficient information. And I'm optimistic. If we focus on our short-term goals, we've got, let's get our 7 years, and let's get our 45% reduction in greenhouse gas emissions by 2030, and maybe this distraction will go away. Anyway, thank you.
Thank you so much for that. And Didier, to your question, I think some part of it was already covered in that we don't actually have the answers from those sort of experiments that have happened. The one about Mexico, Arti alluded to. But I think we can chat a little bit more about, because there isn't enough information on that, this conversation keeps getting bigger as well. With that, I want to say a big thank you to my entire panel, as well as to the organizers and to you for being a wonderful audience in engaging on this fussy issue. And let's keep talking. Thanks, everyone. Oh yes, and as a special treat, we have a propane freezer, which is
also the director of the COOLA program, and it's my real pleasure to welcome you today at the Montreal Protocol Pavilion, to really connect the different worlds of the ozone and the climate, and really that we can share experiences in sustainable cooling. Today, the session is about clean cooling, supporting health and the environment, and it's my real pleasure to introduce you to our panelists and discussions today. I would like to welcome Owen Goh, Associate Director of the Adrienne Arstrock Rockefeller Foundation Resilience Center. Welcome, Owen. Theo Mitchell from CIF, Director for Climate, and Elizabeth from the Energy Efficiency and Cooling expertise from SE4All. So welcome you to the stage. And I can already say Tarek Hassan, a climate change specialist from UNICEF. He will join a little bit later. He's on his way. Before we go into the details, I just want to introduce briefly the COOLAB program. COOLAB is working here in the region, so it's really a regional program supporting Turkey, Egypt, Lebanon, and Jordan to increase the uptake of sustainable cooling actions. And we look really at the policy, finance, and environmental sides, really bringing all the technical aspects together. And with this, I will move to my chair. So we will go right in, and my first question will be to Owen. Is that okay? Sure. So what collaborative efforts can be made to promote increased uptake of sustainable cooling technologies, really considering health and environmental benefits? And feel free to also set the scene a bit as it fits based on the audience here. Thank you.
All right, this is working okay. Thank you, Katja, and thanks all for being here. I think the piece that I'd want to point to is something that's actually being launched at this COP28 by the UAE presidency, which is called the Global Cooling Pledge. And some of you may have heard about this already, but over 50 countries have signed on already. It's an effort to increase uptake of sustainable cooling, reduce emissions, I think, from 2022 levels from cooling by 68% by 2050. And so there's an enormous effort led by the UAE presidency with support from the UN Environment Program and many others to get increased commitment to this pledge. And I think the piece that I'm really excited about is the subnational element, because I think a lot of pledges are made in forums like COP, which are very national government focused. And this is a pledge that includes subnational governments, includes non-state actors. And I think the call, if there's anything that can be done for international cooperation, that I would make is for subnational governments to increasingly sign on to this. So right now it's closed, but it's going to continue being open for subnational governments can keep signing on. So I think that's where I'd start with a bit of scene setting, is the Global Cooling Pledge is a big piece of work that's happening right now.
Excellent. Thank you very much. Now, similar question to you, like Children Investment Fund Foundation has been supporting cooling and sustainable cooling a long time. So how do you see that fitting from your perspective?
Yeah, sure, thank you. And thank you for having me. And sorry in advance, I'm going to have to leave before the end. I think it's important just to take a step back and contextualize the discussion a bit first. So, obviously it goes without saying, but the world is warming dangerously fast now. We've got 2.5 billion people globally lacking access to climate-friendly cooling. 1 billion of those in Africa and Asia are at risk of extreme heat stress. And so cooling demand, we're looking at it and we're expecting it to triple by 2050 in a sector that's already contributing 7% of global greenhouse gas emissions. So in that context, SIF as a charity, with SIF the charitable foundation, not SIF the investment fund, I should just clarify that. We exist to improve the lives and rights of children globally. And so cooling sits really nicely for us at the intersection of our work on climate and our work on health. And within that, we've got two main objectives then. So one is about accelerating the phase down of HFCs, and the other is about promoting the transition to energy efficient cooling systems. And of course, global collaboration, coming to the previous point, is really key to both of those. So we've supported, as you say, we've supported work in this area for a long time. I think we can be really proud of securing and then supporting the ratification of the Kigali Amendment to the Montreal Protocol. But of course, it probably doesn't take us far enough. If we look at what the IPCC is saying, it's saying we need to phase down HFCs by 75 to 80% by 2050, whereas current pledges probably put us on track for something closer to 56%. At the same time, as Owen's already said, we need to really recognise the importance of locally appropriate solutions as well if we're thinking about scaling. And so one of the things that we're pleased to be doing is working closely with the government of India to support the implementation of the India Cooling Action Plan, which of course in and of itself is a global first as well. And so we're working closely with the Indian government to support implementation of that plan at state level, initially working across 6 states. So if I was then to turn that and think about how can we accelerate from there. So firstly, I think there's something about maintaining political momentum around the Kigali ratification, strengthening the institutions that sit around that, supporting monitoring and verification of reported HFC emissions. I think there's a piece about expanding the scope of control, including the full life cycle of refrigerants, so that's the first thing. The second thing I think is about supporting national and regional policy and regulation. So I gave the example of implementation in India, but we also need to really deliver on the promise of regulation elsewhere as well. So for example, the EU F-gas regulation, I think, is a really important opportunity to build on. And then finally, increasing finance and technical support to emerging economies is going to be absolutely crucial, and really ensuring that as philanthropy and as stakeholders working together, we're building resilience actively in the most affected communities as we do so. So increasing international public finance and really focusing on that resilience piece in the interim.
Yeah, maybe you, in your question, you spoke about the importance of policy and regulation to promote the solutions. In fact, I mean, what we see in the KULA program, specifically also in Turkey, there is also a drive from the EU, both sides. So what role could like the whole EU F-gas regulation that you mentioned play to drive the faster global efforts on sustainable cooling even outside the EU?
Thank you. So as an organization, if I were to think about we don't have a single theory of change at SIF, but if I was to characterize a core principle for us, it's probably that we think that voluntary is just not going to cut it, right? And that regulation and enforcement is going to be key across quite a lot of the areas that we work in. And I think cooling's no different. So in the EU F-gas regulation, this could lead to EU-wide HFC phase-out by 2050. Which would be a world first, really, and something that really sets the tone, and it kind of changes the nature of the debate, one from about phasing down to one that's about phasing out. And so that piece, I think, is really important. And then thinking about that globally, how does that resonate? What does that mean? I think there are probably two things then that are really crucially important. One of those is around the anti-dumping measures that are in the regulation, so prohibiting the export of products and equipment with F-gases where the global warming potential is higher than 1,000, and using that to really drive proper destruction and recycling of products and equipment. So that's the first bit, the anti-dumping measures. And then the second bit I think is really important is the measures to prevent the illegal trade as well. So under the proposed regulation, there are factors around real-time HFC quota licensing systems. There's mandatory reporting obligations on importers. There's enforcement penalties. So I think that combination of measures to prevent illegal trade and anti-dumping, plus the narrative value of the regulation, they're probably the three things. I would add, though, that in addition to that, it's also really important with creating the market structures and incentives to drive replacements in clean alternatives. So we've seen the impact of things like the IRA in the US in driving investment into heat pumps, and I think the EU could be doing more in that space.
Thank you very much. I mean, that is really important. Regulation and policy in all the different countries, but also then when that's really setting the enabling environment, and also for the industry to take it up, and that's what we also hear, and there's a lot of industry representatives also here today. Before I will continue with the next question, I would like to invite Tarek to the stage. So we will just wait a second. Everybody who has been to COPs before knows it's complicated to get from A to B, and this, welcome Tarek. No worries, no worries. It's specifically far distances, so that's we all know that. So thanks a lot also for joining, also for the regulation question. I think really now I would like to go a little bit to the community side, and with Elizabeth, we have really an expert who has been on the ground, seeing with the communities, and we still believe that there's maybe some opportunity in creating awareness of the importance of sustainable cooling, because cooling itself, no doubt, everybody agrees, but all opportunities lies in sustainable cooling for the communities.
Thank you for passing the mic. Thank you for having me here. As you've heard, I'm from SE for All, country focal point, Kenya, but also working with the South to South collaboration. So this conversation will cut across Kenya, Ghana, Nigeria. And when we talk about community, I see very well we've captured the global conversation, but once we leave COP, this has to be on the ground, and how does it happen on the ground? So far, for example, in Kenya and the countries I've mentioned, we've definitely seen that cooling is definitely the blind spot. And from SE for All, we do our chilling prospects reports, and we have shown the numbers that actually lack access to cooling. So the conversation around sustainable cooling is not from the technology point. We look at passive design principles first of all. Something that's definitely forgotten sometimes when we talk about refrigerators, especially in regions where we can work with the local positioning, the local climate, but also how we design our cities, because that impacts how our buildings will look, face, and also the wind patterns. So we're going back to the basis of reducing the demand of cooling, sustainable cooling or cooling in general. Then when we move on to the sustainable cooling aspects itself, we are forgetting the private sector. A lot of the economy and economic growth in the region is coming from the private sector, 70% at least. So what we've been doing at SE for All is bringing and creating that community of practice, bringing in the manufacturers, because there's this conversation as well. We want to create jobs, but what kind of jobs? We think beyond the element around import. Yes, we have the import harmonization of standards, but we should be able to also manufacture locally. And in manufacturing locally, it's enabling the skills to understand what we're doing with sustainable cooling and the opportunity around the demand side of cooling. We've also seen that the general paradigm thought process of cooling is that if you have an air conditioner in the car, you have to have it on. Yet you can actually open the windows, getting to basic community thought processes. But at the same time, we know that even in the IPCC, it does reference indigenous solutions that can actually be leveraged. And I see cooling, and we see cooling as an opportunity to really impact on the community element, go back to indigenous solutions before we move on to technical aspects. Thank you.
Perfect. Thank you so much. And maybe this is also moving over to Tarek, because like from UNICEF, you also work with children, and health and cooling is also specifically relevant for vulnerable communities. So maybe you want to give us some insights from your expertise.
Yes, I'll be more than happy to. So I think we can all agree, right, that having sustainable solutions to deliver the best options for children in the most, let's say, vulnerable communities is a priority for many of us, and definitely it's a case for UNICEF. So my name is Tariq Hassan. I'm a climate change specialist for UNICEF. I'm not a specialist in cooling, but I will share what I do know about my organization. So definitely UNICEF is an organization which works both in emergency situations as well as long-term development programming. So on definitely when it comes to the emergency response, they need to have options on the ground, like delivering, let's say, vaccines or other options, which has to reach these very far-fetched, let's say, remote or hard-to-reach communities. And for that, UNICEF has set up a cold chain which uses sustainable options like solarization in order to reach these communities. But within the longer term options, and between both when it comes to building resilience, there is the idea that about having climate smart options for the whole, let's say, whole health sector, which of course includes cooling. And this, of course, considers the procurement of, that I mentioned before, in emergencies, but also vaccines for children outside of the emergency context. So there is all these different operations I mentioned, but there's of course working at policy level and strategy level with different governments. And for UNICEF, an aspect which is quite clear and important for us is to have the children that I mentioned as a target group be on board also as major stakeholders, because they're very key, let's say, stakeholders for our organization. We're very much involved in child, let's say, youth engagement and also having children on board in order to reach the most effective way to actually deliver vaccines and other items which require cooling. Thank you.
Thanks a lot. Yeah, I think sometimes when it comes to cooling, you can also look at it from very different perspectives. I mean, and that's where I would like to go to Owen, because like you're looking at it from the heat perspective and the heat resilience that is really so much needed. And then of course, cooling is a solution, but you're maybe not driving it from the sustainable cooling side, but really from looking from the people. So happy to hear your input on that.
Yeah, I just say that I think So our STROC works in particular with cities. So we work with cities around the world. We work internationally on heat adaptation in Freetown, Sierra Leone, and Bangladesh, Dhaka, Bangladesh. And one of the things that we've been really focused on is what will stick with people, what will cut through some of the noise and some of the conversation around risks and get to a conversation around solutions. And in terms of how we can communicate to people about heat, but also about cooling, about sustainable cooling, is putting a face to the issue of heat or of cooling. And that includes, we have a program that we run with chief heat officers in partner cities around the world. And there are 8 cities around the world now that have done this: Melbourne, Dhaka, Freetown, and so on. And one thing that we've seen is that when you put a face next to the issue, one face, or even sometimes a task force, but generally one face that can go to media, that can be up with the mayor talking about the issue, people really remember that. And people start to think ahead of the heat season, during the heat season, that that person is able to deliver messages that then have much more uptake and are able to do community engagement workshops, are able to lead conversations that then actually reach people, as opposed to kind of, you know, broader messaging that never quite hits home or never quite gets to where it needs to go. So one thing that we've seen is in Miami-Dade County is another city in the US. There's been a great effort pushed by the chief heat officer there, Jane Gilbert, around getting efficient cooling into public housing. And so that's one connection point here, is that Jane Gilbert was able to mobilize an effort within the county that led to this success in terms of getting efficient air conditioning into public housing. But it wouldn't have happened if she hadn't pushed forward this broader effort and gotten buy-in from Miami-Dade County stakeholders. So chief heat officers, I think, are one way, putting a face to the name of the issue and kind of cutting through.
Sure, thanks a lot. And you feel free to also raise your hand if you want to comment on it, because we also can exchange on the same topic here. Like, coming back to the health topic. So this is also like, has to be lived in practice, and I would like to hear from Elizabeth. Have you heard anywhere, like, where really, when working with the sustainable cooling solutions, that the communities or your stakeholders said actually it had an increase on the health benefits directly, and what examples are they?
Thank you. I like this collaborative effort here. We have definitely had various workshops, actually, and thank you for bringing in the heat action officers. We have 47 counties, for example, in Kenya, and from the 47 counties, we have the energy directors who have actually indicated that they want to be chief heat officers as well. So they've indicated that they need to learn and actually bring the solutions to the ground. One of the aspects we've seen, especially on the extreme heat days, people think that locally in Kenya, over 35 degrees is okay. Over 40 is when we need to be worried. So there's that thought element. We have marketplaces. I mean, we have 1.1 million tons of food that was wasted in 2019. And you can imagine the element around food being generated or growing in one area of Kenya and the other side not receiving this. Same with vaccines. We've lost a lot of vaccines, and we want to learn around the cold chain, so developing that. So the benefits have also been shown in a county called Laikipia. It's near the mountain, where the health officer has actually gone in and done some surveys, and they've had to refurbish a lot of the hospitals and clinics. And it was basic being able to open windows, having operable windows, and using nature-based solutions. But at the same time, they do have a proposal with the dollar signs at the bottom of it of how they can actually improve those. Something as simple as just painting the roofs white. It's a matter of bringing partners on board to actually reduce the cooling efforts, and using blue economy as well in that state. The last but not least is also the consideration by the Ministry of Health of how we account for heat stress when people actually go into hospitals. So that's starting up, and we're looking at opportunities to learn from other countries, because most of the times when people go into hospital, it's recorded as something else. Yet, and our numbers then need to improve on that, so that we are adequately addressing the issue. Thank you.
Maybe I would like to give the mic to Theo to, do you want to comment on any of what you heard? Because you have to leave a bit early, so I would leave that to you. Okay, perfect. Thanks a lot. So then we will, you mentioned the healthcare systems. And I think when I first thought about this question, it's like, okay, actually, it's an interesting question, because is there a role for public healthcare system, and maybe not even, I think this is a north-south global issue, specifically because with the increased temperatures globally, is there a role for these public healthcare systems to support vulnerable people or generally their communities, and what could that be? This is an open question to anybody who wants to pick it up. So, yeah.
I can follow on from the thought process. So for the public healthcare system, and especially the public health where clinics are very far away, so the thought process about getting, being innovative and adaptive to get vaccines or food to clinics that are not connected to electricity. As you know, the energy access is another issue. There's innovative solutions where they've brought in youth, and part of our challenge, this is called Challenge for Youth. Motorbikes or bikes themselves have little solar panels that actually cool a little cooler box that we normally in other places use for going to picnics. So they actually use that and have sensors in them to deliver the health solutions for the clinics that don't have electricity. So we're also seeing that there's local solutions coming out of these opportunities. And that element around thinking beyond just cooling as a solution, but being part of a system. So nature-based solution, transport as well, and that brings in the cold chain conversation as well. I just wanted to bring that in as well. Thank you.
So one piece I'd add to that is, I mean, Elizabeth, I really liked your focus on opening the windows. What can you do that's not necessarily high cost, not necessarily very difficult to access? And one example I want to bring in around the healthcare response or health system response in the Pacific Northwest in the US is that when there was a major heat wave in 2021, a few years ago, they ran out of cooling equipment to cool people down who were suffering from heat stroke. And they put people in body bags that were filled with ice because they were completely out of the materials they needed. And that was really shocking and eye-opening because they didn't have what they needed. And so I think the issues around preparedness, that's what comes to mind for me, is there are things that people can do from moving, labor and delivery suites down to the bottom floor where it's cooler. There are things that may not cost as much as, a huge design change or anything like that, but there are things that can be done relatively low cost that would be helpful for preparedness and making sure people are safe while they're in the hospital.
Yeah, I'd like to take make parallels when with different options we actually consider the health care system and bring it to the other sectors. So UNICEF also focused very much on the education system and basically considering the fact that children should not suffer or end up ill and ending up in the healthcare system. So making sure that the cooling system actually is adapted in other environments. So everything I said before about the health system is actually true and applied word for word for the education system, like having a infrastructure which is climate resilient and can actually let's say withstand heat waves, and with low-tech solutions, the way in the design of the building, and all the other points I mentioned before about strengthening the governance system as well as having let's say youth on board as decision makers, as stakeholders. It's exactly the same thing. And on top of that, the idea here is that the system, of course, education system is strong, but also that the curriculum is adapted and has all these aspects of, let's say, changing environment and how your building and your health is important, and how you should be careful about considering these heat waves and these heat strokes. And the children are aware, and by extension, the community is aware that heat is a threat and can be prepared. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Now I would like to ask, and I have the great pleasure actually to have somebody from Kenya here today, Dr. Mutisia, and it would be really great to hear a bit from the local perspective, because now we have been really talking about the global and more general part. To hear, welcome you to the stage, and thanks for jumping in short notice, really to see from your Kenyan perspective what you can bring. Thank you.
Thank you for that invite, and listening to the experts, I get excited, and I see our space as a representative of an African government, and seeing how we need to work with the multi-sectoral approach and partners to advance cooling in sustainable manner. And I want to say that my experience in Kenya is that, as she said earlier, Uh, Energy access is an issue, so you can't cool when there is no energy. So as governments, we have to enhance electrification of our rural areas because that is where the actions are needed. Most of our countries' electrification levels are very low. At least in the country, in Kenya, we are trying to do something. We are doing 76%, and we still have more to do. And that more is in those vulnerable areas that need to be reached. So we have to get solutions of getting that energy, that power there. And as you take the power there, it has to be clean if we have to talk about sustainability. At least in African context, we are lucky we have natural resources. In Kenya, we have geothermal, we have sun, we have wind. And that means we are doing over 90% of renewables in the system. So at least we are sure when we take that power to the cooling sector, it's going to be sustainable. But now the other challenge is that most of these ministries have mandates and they just talk to themselves. At least we've discovered that, and we have influenced strategies in various sectors to talk to each other. We started with energy and influenced. We did an energy efficiency strategy and influenced Minister of Environment to talk about National Cooling Action Plan. And now, in June, we launched one. And they are talking now, the Cooling Action Plan is talking to the Energy Efficiency Plan. And now they are coming together to solve these issues. We are also talking now to the Ministry of Agriculture to review their agriculture policy to induce energy efficiency and cooling aspect in the value chains. And as we talk now government to government, there is synergy building, and we have to influence the private sector to enhance competitiveness in the supply of these solutions, so that we avoid dumping. We have to set standards. We have to make the standards are working. They are enforceable, so that we get fair play in business. So our role as a government is to ensure that there's benefit sharing for all of us. The consumers are getting value for their money. The importers are giving the people the right stuff, and the environment is benefiting. So when we talk to each other and we talk to energy, we talk to health, schools, we will get there in terms of building synergies. And going forward, then the collaboration has to be there. We have worked very well with Sustainable Energy for All to develop the energy efficiency and conservation strategy. We've also worked with them to do bioenergy strategy. We are working with UNDP to do the standards and labels for cooling appliances. The collaboration must be enhanced, and I really thank the energy, the mission efficiency for bringing us together with the UNEP and UNIDO, and we are glad going forward.
Thank you so much. And first, congratulations to the National Cooling Action Plan. I think it's a lot of effort to bring different stakeholders together, and also specifically at the government level, because everybody also has to see, oh, this is my part, and maybe this is my part. And I think cooling specifically has the challenge that everybody kind of feels it, owns it, or nobody. I think that's somewhere in the middle. So really great to see that collaboration. And with that, I would like actually to invite the audience to participate in our exchange and open the room for questions. Yes, please. Can I? Please say your name and organization first.
Thank you. My name is Tembingosi. I'm from the Energy Department of the Kingdom of Eswatini. Thank you to the beautiful presentations. I'm more interested in what Elizabeth was talking about and my brother from Kenya. On the bicycles, I couldn't really exactly pick what are the solar panels, where are they, and what are they doing there. I just heard you talking about it quickly. You did not explain. And to Brother David, I want to know, we are also in the process of developing our energy, bioenergy strategy. So is yours accessible? Maybe is it available online or things like that, so that we can learn? I particularly liked the idea of working in collaborations with the various ministries. So I want to take that back home so that I ensure that when we do ours as well, it is inclusive. Thank you.
Great. So the thought process around this is, for example, the bicycles themselves to transport vaccines or food. Previously, especially with the heat issue, the food or the vaccines would go bad. So by the time they get to the clinics, to the people, they're actually thrown out. Hence the 1.1 million tons of food wasted without these value chains. So as an adaptation, what the local health director did was actually work with the youth and the transport systems locally. They used bicycles, but they put this cooler box with a solar panel on top to ensure that the contents remain cool. So that's showing that there's solutions coming from the ground that we can really scale, and using that opportunity to actually meet the cooling needs needed. I'd just like to add a little bit about the collaboration and the experience, and then pass on to Mr. Mutisia. One of the things we also noted as SE for All working with cooling in the region is that Ministry of Energy looks after energy efficiency and energy issues and regulates also the labeling. The Ministry of Environment is looking at refrigeration and the Montreal Protocol. Then agriculture and other ministries are on the sidelines. So no one owns it. And this has shown also with SDGs as well. You know, cooling in a warming planet, we don't really have an SDG for cooling, yet it's a solution that we need to have. Hence, energy being a driving SDG, SDG 7, SE for All and partners have actually coming to say we really need to consider cooling. And it's the same in governments as well. So in Kenya, I'll let Mr. Mutisia talk about how we came together to have that. Thank you.
Yeah, the answer to the question is that yes, it is is uploaded to the website of the Ministry of Energy and Petroleum. Even the one for energy efficiency and conservation, and the action plan. The action plan for bioenergy is still being formulated, but the strategy is downloadable, and we have done peer-to-peer government studies and visits, mainly organized by UNDP, to assist and share our experiences with our neighbors. And we are ready to accept you to come and learn and share with us. But basically, our experience is that our Constitution of 2010 enables us to really enable participation, public participation in all the processes that we do. So when you do the strategy, it's basically necessary to consider involving experts in diverse fields, so that you don't just look at one direction. Like now, when you're doing bioenergy, you have to look for various stakeholders that are necessary. You do your stakeholder evaluation and all that. And then you make use of the existence of those champions in those sectors. And then you get expert review of the process. And then as it comes out, it suits your needs. And it has to be backed by a certain legislature, so that it has power to convince action, and also ability to actualize it through financing. And then it has to get baselines that you can monitor from where you are starting and what you'll be looking for to check whether your strategy is achieving your targets. So it has to be implementable, and it has to be traceable. That is, it has to show impact. And if it is not, you have to keep on revising. And not only when it is not, all these strategies have to be revised once in a while. They are not static, because there are emerging issues every now and then.
We have time for more questions. Yes?
Yes, thank you for giving me the opportunity to react to what I've heard here. I'm Joseph Badevokila. I'm Sidica and project manager in Central and West Africa. Maybe I can give you information to the gentleman. You can have a look to Malawi charcoal strategy, which is very interesting document. And so coming to what I've heard here, first of all, I would like to know more about what is exhibited here. This is the cooling system, how we can get it. Is it on sale already or no? again, I think I haven't heard a lot about the health side of the benefits of the Montreal Protocol, because I'm from Congo. We have the ozone office, but nobody knows what they do. In fact, we have an office, but yes, even me, I'm in climate change, but I don't know if it maybe I'm not that clever. But
So thank you very much. I think this is exactly also why the Montreal Protocol Pavilion is here, and we also have several experts from the Montreal Protocol. As I'm not from the Montreal Protocol, I would leave it to them to explain exactly to you what they do. But they have basically also with this pavilion, it's really bridging the two worlds, because I think it's really about communication, because the Montreal Protocol is about also monitoring gases, implementing actions. There's actually a lot of actions ongoing that nobody really has heard about yet. So we can, after the session, introduce you to the expert here and also have a discussion with them. Oh, okay. But that, I think you can see it as a starting point. This is the first Montreal Protocol Pavilion at a COP. So it's really the first bridge, and really congrats to the team that has put a lot of effort in this and all the partners here, because it's also not so easy to know how to run a COP is, because this is now the 28th COP and everybody knows what to do, and they have the MOPs. I don't know if you all know. This is the Montreal, now I'm lost. Meeting of parties, that's what it's called, exactly. So it's the MOP and the COP, and they're also just 4 weeks apart, so if you go to both, it's actually quite stressful. And we have some people here, so I think this is really about communication, and I think then some of these aspects where it's about health, it's actually about the impacts, about really looking at the solutions, and coming back to your question on the refrigerator or freezer that we have here. It is available on the market, otherwise it wouldn't be here, and for several of these technologies, they are available, but it's also about market uptake. And it's when we come back to the discussion we had here, it's about training. It starts in school and education, and also skill development, and we touched on all the different elements. So it's really a collaborative effort needed between the governments, policy making, really the industry getting to understand each other, and finance. And we haven't talked about finance in this session, but there are several sessions on finance and cooling and how we can all do that today here. It's tomorrow, exactly. So a finance session is tomorrow. Before I invite you all to an ice cream, I would like to offer the opportunity to each of our speakers to just give a closing remark.
Yeah, so, how long do I have? Like a minute?
A minute.
A minute, yeah. So I want to stress how important the heat waves or heat actually can be on health systems. This goes definitely all the way to an emergency response. It starts all the way from shading. I don't know, I lost my hat this morning, so I had to wait in the sun and queue there. So you can shade all those areas. You can actually, if there's an outbreak, let's say a measles outbreak, which of course affect children, you can actually shade the whole area. If you start doing that and you start setting up some sort of energy for it, let's say solarization, you focus on the whole entire system of that therapeutic feeding center. And it goes to the cold chain I mentioned before. It goes, let's say, to the many things related to the whole structure. In order that actually the children there can actually benefit from the whole cooling system in the tents or building, and also related to the vaccine, where actually not vaccine, well actually to the drugs or the medicine that actually they need to get better. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. I think in this last minute, what I'd want to stress is that a lot of the conversation is around, especially, of course, for the nature of this pavilion, is around efficient active cooling. And as much as we can combine the conversations, and I think SE for All does a really great job around this of active and passive cooling, and even going beyond those two. I mean, we have a lot of conversations about nature-based solutions. We have a lot of conversations about shade, which should be happening. But how do we get beyond those to effective early warning, making sure that early warnings can reach to the people that they need to get to in order to even make sure that people can go to a cooling center in their city. And so I think, the focus of the Montreal Pavilion is, of course, the Montreal Protocol, but how can we bring together that active and passive cooling conversation and make it a more comprehensive one that brings in other pieces like early warning? And the Early Warning for All initiative is a major focus, of course, here at COP. So I just leave it there and thank SE for All for the work you're doing as well.
Thank you very much for that. I think the last comment here would be, especially on Health Day, would be the opportunities to actually have more finance and solutions to the healthcare centers to be cooling centers. We don't have to create new ones. And that's where we go for reprieve anyway from the heat wave. So there's opportunity to consider that in using those institutions, and as well as schools. So in January, we'll mention this, we were going to do 100 schools energy audits, but that energy audit expands to cooling audit. So it goes back to look at how the buildings were built, what are they using for refrigerators. So there's a lot of data coming out of there to have solutions. So we look forward to sharing with you on that. Thank you.
I actually have not much to say because I said it.
And I will take that minute. Well, thank you first of all for coming, and really this is a starting point for collaboration. And so we finish a bit early so that we actually leave time with the speakers and the audience to engage over an ice cream, which is sponsored by UNIDO, and you will see it. It's in the propane refrigerator here. So there's 4 different kinds. I'm sure you will find your preferred one very soon. And yes, we look forward to welcoming the audience also in the next coming days and continue the discussion. Thanks so much for coming. And the speakers, we can take a quick photo outside of the pavilion. Oh yeah, and I forgot one important thing. We also have this session graphically recorded. So rather than taking videos or minutes, we have 2 ladies sitting here in the back and doing the recording, and you can see some of it already on the outside. You can go outside and there's a screen, and you can see what they have made from this. I'm actually very curious because it's a surprise for all of us. So also welcome to take a first look. We will also share those visuals later on the website and make them also available to you. Thank you very much.
MENA Region National Cooling Action Plan. My name is Katja Dinges, Director at Guidehouse. I'm part of the COOLUP program and also work on the policy side. So globally, national cooling actions plans have already been adopted or are currently under preparation in about 40 countries. So national cooling action plans are an important tool, a guiding framework to assist countries in identifying pathways to integrate comprehensive action to reduce energy-related emissions from cooling on the one side, aligned with plans related to emissions from refrigerant transition on the other side. They also offer an opportunity to the countries to consider how to improve access to cooling and therefore address additional sustainable development goals. National Cooling Action Plan usually comprise all cooling relevant sector, such as air conditioning, residential commercial refrigeration, industrial refrigeration, and mobile air conditioning, and contains market projections, emission projections, and arrive from that, develop policy intervention to counteract these increasing trends. They also identify financial and investment needed to be ready to be implemented. In most cases, national cooling action plans are also accompanied by a broad stakeholder engagement, which is also quite important for the later stage to be implemented with several stakeholders here in place. Therefore, national cooling action plans can contribute towards the targets of Paris Agreement as well as Kilgagi amendment under the Montreal Protocol. So in this session, we want to look at the national cooling plan development, especially in the MENA region, but we also want to learn from experiences from other countries beyond the MENA region. So the agenda will start with a presentation by Etienne of the key findings of completed NCAPs based on a report that was recently published. And then we will go into a panel discussion with our panelists here. And finally, I will take maybe the last 5 minutes also to open the floor for the audience if there are some questions. So first, I would like to introduce our panelists. First one will be Etienne Gonin. He is technical assistant in the UNDP Chemical and Waste Unit. Then Olatunji Yusuf. He is senior climate change specialist at the Islamic Development Bank, and he will share his experience on climate finance with us today. Then welcome Meral Mungan Ada. She is Climate Change and Environmental Portfolio Manager in UNDP's Turkey's regional office and also part of the COOL-UP program. And she's also involved in the development of the NCAP in Turkey, which we launched in June this year. So happy to have you here. And then the last one, Chika Basin. She is Senior Advisor at UNIP, working for the Cool Coalition. She's also on the Council on Energy, Environment and Water, and was also involved in the development of the Indian NCAP, which is one of the earliest ones, developed, I think, 5 years ago. So, then I give the floor to Etienne first to present the insights on the report summary of National Cooling Action Plan, where you evaluated 11 countries you supported in developing the NCAPs. Among them is Bangladesh, Chile, Trinidad, Tobago, just to mention a few of them. The floor is yours.
Hello to everyone. Thank you, Katia, for the introduction. Yes, I'm Etienne Gonin from UNDP. Very happy to be here for this event organized by COOL-UP, UNDP and the Cool Coalition. It's a pleasure to present the results of our initial work on national cooling action plans in 11 countries, as was presented. And you can see indeed the list of countries here. Basically, these are the first one that we did with the support of the Kigali Cooling Efficiency Program, or Clean Cooling Collaborative now, that basically decided to launch this effort, both at energy efficiency and refrigerant management, into national cooling plans, just after the approval of the Kigali Amendment of the Montreal Protocol, focusing on hydrofluorocarbon phase down. HFC phase down. So you will see that I will, basically the new publication is here, you can see it here, but we are paper-free event, as you know, so I cannot distribute it, of course, but you can find it on our website, and also you have here the little QR code if you want, and of course happy to discuss it further with you. And you have both the summary of each of these 11 national cooling action plans, the main features of them, and also some general analysis that I will talk a little bit about now. So as you can see, it's not only about the Arab states or MENA region, but we are looking at a little bit more globally and trying to draw some lessons overall. So I'll talk also a little bit about the methodology. And also some remarks on specifically on energy efficiency. This presentation was made as well in the energy efficiency workshop that was held at the meeting of the parties of the Montreal Protocol a few weeks ago, already organized by the Ozone Secretariat. So thanks again to them also for facilitating this pavilion here. It's the first time that the Montreal Protocol has a pavilion at a climate COP. Here, well, just to give an idea, of course, of why we are focusing on this work at the conjunction of the Montreal Protocol and also the Paris Agreement on cooling, because of the importance, the impact, the global impact of cooling in terms of climate. Just a few figures here that, of course, always give an image of the importance of this issue. 2 billion AC units globally already at this point. Of course, that's an estimate, but also that if we continue as a business as usual, an estimate of 14 billion of both AC units, refrigeration equipment by 2050. So obviously, these are impressive growth trends that was mentioned by Katia in her introduction. And so we need to make sure that we minimize the impact on climate of this sector. So the nature and purpose of National Cooling Action Plan, I was already a bit presented. These are meant to be consultative process at the national level. They are developed and endorsed by the national government, so it's important to see that it's an effort led by the governments that will endorse it eventually as a national strategy and involving the various stakeholders that are important in this sector. They are trying to promote sustainable and smart cooling practices in countries, both from the energy demand, energy efficiency side, but also from the refrigerant management aspect. So it's like, you know, coordinating and integrating these two dimensions. They identify pathways, the framework for implementation of national cooling plans, and also in some circumstances also looking at how this can be combined with renewables so that you really minimize basically the climate impact also from the energy production side. Some of the key features and messages of the cooling plans. So the ambition, it signals a government's ambition to pursue efficient, climate-friendly cooling through its policies and programs. It's particularly important. We're hearing, of course, of the cooling pledge that is being proposed by the UAE presidency, also the Cool Coalition here at this COP. Countries are committing to this. So one of the ways that they can achieve the commitments, the global commitments that will be taken at the cooling pledge is to engage on the path of a cooling plans as the countries have started doing. It's important that it's complementary to other efforts, other national plans, in particular the NDCs. You know, sometimes and very often that is what we aim for, that the solutions that are highlighted, the recommendation of the national cooling plans can be fed into the NDCs. It's flexible in the sense that the countries can decide pretty much of the scope at the start. You know, if, for example, they feel that, okay, they cannot go too far in the first round of National Cooling Action Plan, you can focus on the key sectors without having a comprehensive, complete assessment, but at least the key sectors must be included. These core sectors that I mentioned here, the building, residential sector, supermarket, cold chains. For example, mobile air conditioning, in some of these NCAPs they were included, in others not yet. Important that there is this ownership, so it's nationally driven, reflecting the country's unique situation. And they develop roadmaps, so they propose roadmaps so to implement this recommendation, who should take the lead, which department within the government, with which partners to work, which policies to put in place, and also, of course, the financial dimension that Katja has highlighted, very important. So you can see that it's basically cross-cutting. Of course, here we are at the COP, climate COP, so it's the Paris Agreement. As highlighted, can contribute, these NCAPs can contribute to the efforts towards the Paris Agreement, but also it links with the Montreal Protocol, HCFC, phase-out management plan, or the Kigali implementation plans, as well as other national strategies, for example, on energy efficiency. Here it's a nice summary that was prepared by the Cool Coalition, actually on what are NCAPs, what tool it represents. So I will not go into details because it's a little bit of a repeat from what I presented in the first slide, but it summarizes it nicely on this graph. And you can see also, I think, the important thing at the top left that I wanted to highlight, it signals to the market, what the government intends to do and what the stakeholders are engaging towards. So it's very important for the future investment in a country. Here you can see there's a methodology that was developed. So actually, the 11 national cooling action plans that we developed, most of them were done before this methodology was formalized, basically, or at a global level. It was used in the India, the ICAP, the India National Cooling Action Plan, the first one. So they used that methodology, and based on this global one was formalized by the Cool Coalition. So you can see the first stage. That is the moment where you establish the scope, basically, and looking which sectors you will be focusing on. Then you have the cooling demand assessment, sector by sector, and already making recommendations for each of these sectors of how to achieve sustainable cooling. And then you have basically the synthesis phase, where you actually put all the sectoral plans together to make it a national cooling plan, and also you look basically on how you will implement it. And I think this final step 7, is actually a very important one that has been a little bit underdeveloped, I would say, in the first NCAP, so we are trying to put emphasis on it. So basically, will there be, implementation committee after this that will help, follow up on the NCAP, also decide when it needs to be updated, and basically helping also with the financing of the recommendations. Some remark on the key section. So you have a section on the policy measures. You will find a lot of the usual suspects, I would say. For example, the minimum energy efficiency standards, the labels, for the cooling sectors, of course, but also linking to other larger strategies, building strategies, for example, the building codes, and also some dimensions like awareness raising. So a whole range of policy instruments that can be used by the country. An important part of the national cooling plans also are the market projections. It is a challenge to gather data. In all the countries, they face these challenges, particularly if you want to have bottom-up analysis, quite detailed analysis, I wouldn't say enterprise by enterprise, but, a good representation of these figures. So basically you can decide also of the ambition of this data collection, also depending, for example, on the budget available to do the surveys. And basically you can also combine with other efforts, for example, with Kigali implementation plans being developed at the moment with the funding from the multilateral fund. You can sort of combine efforts to have good surveys being done based on this cooperation between the various initiatives. And basically it provides, in terms of data, a business as usual, often going up to 2050. And then you look at basically some strategies for emission reduction, looking at the costs, and basically how to achieve these reductions. And of course, there's an analysis of the investment potential. It has not been very developed yet in some of these NCAPs. Others are more developed, like, for example, in the publication, you will see that in Nigeria, there were quite a lot of... in Nigeria, you have... Oh, okay, sorry. In Nigeria, you had quite a lot of detailed analysis about these financial resources, but in other ones, it was just a first draft, let's be our first analysis that was done and needs to be further worked on. Here, I've just put a few examples of these trends that you can see across the various of these NCAPs, and that's just to give you an idea of this growth, unabated growth if you don't have any action. Here you can see the HFC consumption in Chile, and of course it starts little bit in the back because it had some data from 2012, but you can see it's just maybe 6,000 in terms of HFC tonnage in 2012, going to more than 45,000 in 2050. So you can see the type of growth that you have in terms of HFC consumption. Some of them are before the KEEP regulations were taken in place. So of course, there's other elements that are being in place here. But just to give you an idea of this growth path. Here you can see also the type of sectors that are included. Here for Lebanon, you can see here in Lebanon the unitary air conditioning is very high proportion compared to other ones, even compared to mobile air conditioning or commercial refrigeration. It varies obviously from one country to another, but that's the type of information that you can see in these NCAPs. Here you can see the type of growth of air conditioning, stationary air conditioning in Ghana. Also, you can see the very high growth rate that you can see up to 2050 compared to 2010. And this is an example of the abatement scenarios that you can find. This is an example from Lebanon. So in the region, you can see on the left basically the business as usual scenario. It's still plateauing after 2030, but to really manage to reduce the emissions, you need to take these measures, and you can see it on the right. And if you combine this with renewable energy promotion, you can actually go to basically a net zero scenario for the cooling sector in terms of emissions. Some country examples of measures, I will just pick a few. For example, in Chile, that's the Sustainable Construction Certification and Energy Efficiency labels that have been included as examples in these national cooling action plans. In Cuba, interestingly, in the National Cooling Plan, there is a plan to update the MEPS, so the minimum energy standards, every 2 years. That's quite interesting because we know that energy efficiency evolves very quickly in the country, so that's good that they sort of recommended it to have regularly. In Mexico, interesting labeling system that is described in the NCAP. It gives you the minimum requirement, and for this equipment, how much energy you'll be saving compared to the minimum requirement. So I think that's an interesting labeling system. And in Ghana, there's a little app that has been developed by the Energy Commission that is showing you in a shop, basically depending on the type of equipment, how much you will pay in terms of electricity during the upcoming year. So it's a very nice one as well. Here, just to give you an idea, in Trinidad and Tobago, some of the barriers to energy efficiency that have been listed, so I will not go in detail, but basically to give you an example of the type of analysis you will find, what is limiting the work on energy efficiency in the institutions, the consumer behavior, and also in the manufacturing and retailing sector. And based on this, in Trinidad and Tobago, for example, this is how they have summarized their plan with their 4 priority actions that they will take at the national level. Here I wanted to mention in the case of Panama, energy efficiency was one of the 4 or 5 pillars that they highlighted for their national cooling action plan implementation. And within these pillars, they indicated the priorities, and I thought that was quite interesting to see. For example, the highest priority was on consumption preferences and changing the behaviors of the consumers. But also each of them are ranked basically, and you can see efficiency of equipment, so the traditional efficiency improvement of the equipment, priority medium, and district cooling, for which we are working through a GEF-funded project there in Trinidad, is put as low because of the initial large investment, but still included obviously in the plan. Another example of what you will find in the NCAP, here you can see, for example, I was just mentioning in Lebanon, basically the action plan and the key 4 points. And the first one was to say, well, we don't have maps and labeling in Lebanon. So this is actually one thing that they will be focusing on in terms of adoption and implementation. And you can see also as a second point, the importance of the testing labs, so that the country can know whether the equipment imported or manufactured is meeting in the future these standards that will be set up. A few of the lessons learned, I'm reaching the end, Katja. Here are the type of main barriers that have been highlighted, so a broad range still obviously, barriers to sustainable cooling. One of the points to highlight is that the innovative financing models are very important and not so much developed generally in sustainable cooling as, for example, they have been in the energy efficiency sector. So there's still more work to do to ensure that this important initial capital expenditure cost is mitigated basically, so that the banking sector in particular can provide the funding to the companies. So there needs to be more work on this, and here it would be a whole presentation, but I've listed some of the innovative financing models that you can look at in the publication. Basically you can see, for example, the energy servicing companies, ESCOs, can be a good way to approach this innovative financing, leasing models, on-wage models, on-bill models. If you're not familiar to them, you can have a look and see what is proposed in the publication. And that's basically getting to the end, just to mention again the opportunities for integration with other plans. So particularly with the nationally determined contribution and which national sector plan you can link to in the NDCs. That's important as well to coordinate with other efforts that are ongoing. There are HPMPs that are implementing their final stages. So HPMPs, HCFC Phase-Out Management Plan, funded by the Multilateral Fund. There's also some energy efficiency projects that are complementing these national plans. That's basically one of the sources of financing for the recommendations of the NCAPs. And this is also the case for the Kigali implementation plans that are just starting in each of the countries. As a conclusion, first step, their methodology available if countries are deciding to start the work on this, so they can use in particular the Cool Coalition methodology. That's very important. That will help also comparison across countries. There is actually a community of practice of institutions involved in national cooling action plans. It's actually a working group of the Cool Coalition. So if you are one of these institutions, please join. You can talk to Katia or me, or generally to Cool Coalition representatives, because they are, we are involved in this process. NCAPs are a very important step for countries to basically help in the future further programming on sustainable cooling. And finally, just a final word in terms related to Sustainable Development Goal 17. Partnerships are very important. It's a good moment when countries develop this National Cooling Action Plan to make sure that all the actors get an opportunity to cooperate together and take it to the next step. Thank you.
So thank you very much, Etienne, for this insight and lessons learned from the assessment and evaluation of the NCAP that UNDP supported in the past. It was a quite comprehensive overview on barriers, on challenges, and also highlight some important measures that should be in. You also said that these NCAPs also need to assess the investment potential, and that further work is needed to suitable financial mechanism. So that really brings me to my first panelist, Alan Tunchi. Just he mentioned also some innovative ones, such as ESCO models or revolving funds or so. So a question to you, what can lessons learned from previous green financing initiatives can be translated to sustainable cooling? We mentioned already the energy efficiency one, which is quite similar. More bits and pieces than large investments in renewable installations. So here I would like to hear what can be learned from the experience in the past.
Thank you very much. Hello, everyone. It's a pleasure being here, and thank you so much for inviting us to be here. I think this is a very important topic, and looking at even from the presentation that was just made, I think there are a whole lot of interesting things to actually learn from that. So I'm going to give the perspective of the bank. The bank actually finances projects in the tunes of billions every year, and 30% of our investment would typically go into energy sector, which out of that, about 60% sometimes do go into energy efficiency in the countries where we work across MENA, Sub-Saharan Africa, Asia, and some part of South America. So we do have quite a lot of investment that the bank has actually put a lot of money in. So I'm going to give you examples of some of the projects that we've done, particularly in the case of Turkey and countries within MENA region and some part of Central Asia, where we've done a lot of energy efficiency investment, some of the lessons that we've been able to actually pick from there. Number one thing is the fact that one lesson that came strongly is around the place of awareness, that we understand strongly that awareness is very key, because this is not just a demand or a supply side, it's both ways. So there's a supply side where you want private sector players to be active in this area. And there's also the demand side of those that are actually going to purchase some of this solution, whether it's the AC units, whether it's the facilities or the solution that is being provided. So awareness on that side, awareness, albeit not just on the environmental benefit, because often we get carried away around the fact that, oh, let's talk about the fact that this is good for the environment. That's not what sells in the market. What sells in the market is the economic benefit that comes from it, right? It's because in the end, it's business and it has to be seen as business. So as much as possible, when that co-benefit is actually looked from the perspective of not just the environment side, but also looking at it from the returns that the investors are actually going to get from it, I think we do see that helps a lot. So creating that awareness on letting people know that, of course, we know that there are upfront costs, but then the long-term economic benefit of having those solutions, once they can be communicated, we do see, we saw that particularly in the case of Turkey, where we invested in, and Egypt as well, where we invested in quite a lot of energy efficiency investment. The second point, there are just 3 points. I'm going to make sure that I summarize them as much as possible. The second point is around the ensuring that the regulatory architecture and the financial architecture of any solution that is being brought, that they speak to each other. they're not. You cannot separate them. From the presentation, we made it clear. It was clear that this action plan, they are a signal to the market. So it's basically saying that you cannot just talk about the financing without talking about the regulatory framework. I give an example of a country where we were working on energy efficiency investment, but the government was still supporting subsidies in the alternatives. So we said, this is not going to work if you continue to actually support subsidy in the alternative that is based on fossil fuel. So you have to phase that out for us to be able to actually have adoption rate to actually go up in the new solution that we're actually proposing. So it's basically having them speak to each other. And that was one thing that we're able to learn in some of the countries where we've worked, where we provided financing, but then before we were able to pull our resources into it, we had to work with the government to look at how can you actually phase out subsidies. Subsidies are not bad. Please don't get me wrong. I'm not saying subsidies are always bad. Subsidies are bad when they contradict some of the other objectives that you as a government you actually have and you want to do. Subsidies are good when it comes to things around you want to actually advance sustainable cooling solutions. Now, you need subsidies because the upfront costs are quite high, right? Those are places where we need subsidies, but not in activities that would typically counteract that. So in that context, we saw that working with the government and helping to actually address that actually played a very key role in making it very successful. Underneath this, one other point that we were able to observe from the lessons that we learned is around the role of financial intermediaries. We are a multilateral development bank. Even though we provide a lot of financing, we do not really understand local markets, right? So we need financial intermediaries to be able, they understand the local context, they know what the market needs, they know the context far better than we do. So what we often do when it comes to solutions like whether it's in energy efficiency, whether it's in renewables, is to use those financial intermediaries to provide those line of credit to them. Then they deal directly with the different customers and consumers that would eventually use these solutions. We saw that as an effective way that has helped to actually propel and actualize some of the goals. In terms of the role that MDBs play, of course, we provide a lot of financing. We talked about the place of upfront cost, that those are things that we've seen some of our clients, they've come to us to request support to be able to actually cover those initial costs that would typically be there. But for us, we see that our financing, while albeit they are good, you cannot continue to come to us and borrow every time for that. We want the market to be able to take this on. So we only play that role where we say, we're going to be here for a particular period, and there's an exit strategy to say, this is when we're going to leave. So we're going to help you to set up the whole system. And once we see that it gets to a maturity level that we can then exit, then we'll leave. So that strategy, we see that they have actually worked so well in the countries, particularly in Turkey, where we work with TKSB and banks that are typically helping to actually provide those line of credit to different private sector players. We don't deal with the private sector guys. The banks deal with them. We just support the banks. We ensure that the regulatory system from the government, when we engage them, they are right. And then the banks, we ensure that the standards that are required from our own hand, they are met. And then we just allow the market decide and play the game, basically. And that's how we've seen that worked. And the last point here is around in-country coordination. Often, but we don't talk about the fact that coordination is so important because there are too many players doing different things. And sometimes you get to some markets, they can be very chaotic because there are just too many things. You don't even know who is doing what. You don't know what. And when that happens, it doesn't give confidence to anyone that wants to put resources into that economy. So those sort of in-country coordination at the level of the government, at the level of whether it's the Chamber of Commerce, the private sector players, I think is actually quite important. It's okay to have the strategy, but then that in-country coordination, we saw that play successfully well in most of the energy investment that we did in Egypt, in countries in Central Asia like Uzbekistan, and also in the case of Turkey. We saw they work quite well. So I'm going to stop there to thank you.
Thank you very much, Alontin. Also mentioned coordination, just the experience also from our Cool-Up program, just to talk to each other, different stakeholders with different perspective and understand each other. That's quite a big challenge, but super important to drive the transition forward. Thank you. Yeah, now to the country level. So Turkey is one of our countries in the Cool-Up program among Jordan, Lebanon, and Egypt. So Cool-Up program is a 6-year running project under the International Climate Initiative funded by the German government. We have here, the aim is to upscaling sustainable cooling in these partner countries. And we work here on the policy side alongside with technology and finance. And one of the work we are doing in the policy work stream is a national cooling action plan. So we are helping 3 of 4 of these countries in developing the national cooling action plan, and Turkey is one of it. And has recently launched the NCAP process, also with a broad stakeholder engagement in June this year. So Miral, can you speak to the process of awareness raising around sustainable cooling amongst the political decision makers? And also, can you provide us with an update on the ongoing process? Data collection, it's also a crucial point in the entire process, we heard from Etienne, and what Turkey hopes to achieve with this National Cooling Action Plan.
Thank you very much, dear Katya. First of all, I'm very happy to be here today talking about the other countries' NCAP processes and then what the Islamic Development Bank... Oh, okay, I'm sorry. I hope you heard me, that I was... Okay, I didn't know I needed to be handling it so close. Well, speaking of the country level, I should perhaps mention a bit about what CoolUp is actually doing. CoolUp is a consortium of different parties led by Guidehouse, and we are working with the UNDP headquarters office, and the Turkey country office is actually coordinating the activities in Turkey only. And here, what we are doing for the National Cooling Action Plan is that Turkey has already ratified the Kigali Amendment of the Montreal Protocol. And then the F-gas regulation was updated. It was amended accordingly with all the deadlines for certain fluorinated gases used in air conditioners and the cooling sector. And it has certain quota system. And Turkey has established a great software to identify the F-gases coming from different customs and trying to be having a good database there, which gas we are having in the country. I think here it is very important to mention that in the CoolUp program, we are not only working with the policy sector, but we are working with 3 pillars. We have the policy sector, we have the finance sector, and we have the cooling sector. And in this National Cooling Action Plan, we have identified that UNDP's role, Guidehouse and the CoolUp program's role here is to bringing the relevant stakeholders, the government stakeholders together, because there are lots of vehicles with the, as you saw in Etienne's presentation, it's a considerable ratio among all the cooling sector. We have air conditioners and vehicles, which Turkey actually is currently collecting data for. So we are actually at a process for collecting data from a lot of institutions and private sector in terms of where sort of we have the cooling storages, where we have the individual air conditioners, where we have the vehicle air conditioners, or where we have the industrial chillers. So all these data are going from top to down and just bottom to up. We are collecting data. Now, we have mostly collected the data from the governmental institutions. When I say governmental institutions, it's not only the Ministry of Environment, it's also the Ministry of Transportation, Ministry of Agriculture and Forestry. So it's just a diverse range of government sectors. And we have noted that actually they were not speaking to each other. Even though the process is very much interlinked with each other, we have had the stakeholder conference, and there we noticed that they did not have any sort of coordination mechanisms with themselves. They have to be having this coordination mechanisms, and I think NCAP is a great tool in order to be providing this coordination mechanism for FIRST, because at this place we had all these ministries coming together, talking about what NCAP is all about and which data we are in need of, which data Minister of Environment doesn't have, but Minister of Transportation has. So it was a very important get together for us. And I think here CoolUp Project's role in terms of gathering the different, let me say, background stakeholders in the same topic is the key. So currently we are in the process of processing the data. Then we are going to be having the modeling, and then we are going to be writing the plan. I think the whole process is approximately 18 months process, but Turkey is very much interested and devoted to this plan. So hopefully in the next publication that Etienne will show, we will have Turkey as well. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Meral. Yeah, now looking beyond the MENA region to India. So as said, India published and adopted his national cooling action plan 5 years ago. So the question is, how is the implementation of the recommended measures going so far, and what are the most lessons learned, and how can these inform the implementation phases of other countries that are currently working on NCAPs?
Thank you, and thank you so much for having me. I think it was the last cabinet approval that the previous government made, actually, the cooling action plan. So it was March of 2019, if I'm not mistaken. And there was a lot of movement around it, because the way that the India Cooling Action Plan was designed was, as the methods have suggested, one of the big lessons that has been taken away from the Cooling Action Plan that India launched, really the processes of as well. It was extremely multi-sectoral. It brought together not just different ministries, including agriculture and transport, but also housing and urban planning. So the Ministry of Finance, but it also opened up to stakeholders, which included industry, not just Indian companies themselves, but also international companies with a presence in India. It included industry associations, including the servicing sector stakeholders, and it opened up to all sorts of universities as well as think tanks. So, it was a really elaborate effort, and like you said, Miral, it takes about 18 months. I want to say that it was approximately 18 months. And the whole motivation behind that was that how do we now take this international commitment of the Montreal Protocol that we have and actually use it to make it work for India's development. That was sort of the ethos behind it. And so then if you look to the report which came out, you see that there is an emphasis on industrial growth. There is an emphasis on technology upgradation. There is an emphasis on what does this really mean for jobs. So there's a dedicated chapter on the service sector and how do you actually start formalizing the service sector. What should that training and certification scheme look like? And then, of course, there was a lot of chapters talking about the growth story, right? And India is nothing if not a growth story, especially in the cooling space. So it came out, there was a lot of ownership that was developed, not just within government, but I think in people who really formulate the cooling community in India, right? And we've actually got one of our leading industry experts in the room here with us, so because it really sort of made us feel like, okay, this is our baby collectively. And so you saw a lot of movement start to happen, especially in the servicing sector where, because in our minds, the servicing sector is kind of the face of the sustainable cooling transition. You can come up with the best technologies, but unless you know how to operate and maintain them, or you have the people who know how to be able to do that, it's sort of a lost cause, and you can't really impact the demand side of it without having that readiness. And so we saw, MOUs getting developed between the Ministry of Environment's National Ozone Unit, which had developed, which led the Cooling Action Plan. And then the electronic sector, Skill Council of India, you saw MOUs coming up, similarly with other organizations. The National Cold Chain Development Center really started to come up, and then the pandemic hit, right? And everything sort of went into shutdown, and of course, India was dealing with the challenges just as the rest of the world was. So it slowed everything down a little bit, but what was very interesting was the minute we came out of the pandemic, we actually started seeing announcements in the space of sustainable cooling from the Department of Industry and Trade. So there are now huge amounts of encouragement being given to companies to try and become a part of the global supply chain when it comes to sustainable cooling, you know, and air conditioners in particular. And I think the big lesson here is that the conversation didn't really stop, right? So those of us who were involved, you know, the government was of course very occupied with dealing with the pandemic, but there was a lot of attention being paid to how do we look at the cooling sector as a sunrise sector for India. You know, how does it make sense for us economically to really talk about what this technology transition can do for the country in terms of jobs, in terms of growth, in terms of sustainability? And I think those kind of frameworks, so you can have a cooling action plan, but unless you don't keep updating the narrative and keep making it relevant depending on who it is that you're talking to, that ownership will fizzle out. So I think amongst everything, and you know, you've gone through what the big lessons are, and a lot of these lessons come from what was experienced and piloted in India. So I think the really important thing that I want to add here is that, you know, that you have to keep the narrative going in a way that makes sense for the relevant stakeholders, depending on who those stakeholders are. Yeah.
Thank you very much. I like that sunrise sector. That's really a good narrative, really also underlined co-benefits, or how you want to call it, of sustainable cooling and chances for this transition. Thank you. Let's keep at the country level. So I come back, Meral, to you. You already talked a little bit about this different stakeholder engagement, but how is Turkey already engaging with stakeholders to make sure that implementation can happen quickly and smoothly also afterwards? It shouldn't be just a paper. It really needs to be implemented. So how the engagement looks like to really ensure that?
Thank you very much. I should mention about the very strong NGO structure in cooling sector in Turkey while responding to this question. I'm not really so sure whether this same structure is followed in the other countries, I mean all other countries, but in Turkey we have like 6 umbrella NGOs where cooling sector is you know, members with. And they're so close and so interested in our project that we are actually doing some of our trainings with these sector organizations, or we are having some articles in terms of awareness raising for cooling as an attachment to the other newspapers or magazines with these institutions. So they're closely following up what we are doing. And we can actually gather very, let me say, considerable amount of data from these organizations as well, because the very big players in the field of cooling sector who actually, let me say, export what the chillers or air conditioners to the foreign countries, and also small industries like SME level cooling sector industries are also members of these NGOs. So we are working with them in order to be reaching the same objectives of the Cool Up project. So when we have to be doing a training, we do it with them. When we do need to raise an awareness, we do it with them. So actually we are like, you know, indulged in the sector through these NGOs in this field. So I can say that in the field of National Cooling Action Plan, yes, it is a very sort of a priority for the government in order to be reaching the Kigali amendments and the commitments. But at the same time, sector is waiting for this National Cooling Plan because they see that the whole environment, whole system is changing. With this Green Deal coming in, commitments are being made, and the Paris Agreement, Kigali, Montreal Protocol. So actually, National Cooling Action Plan is providing the cooling sector representatives a great tool in terms of increasing their competitiveness. So they would like to be in the game before it starts, and they would like to have a say in the system. They want to stay at the table and have their word shaping this National Cooling Action Plan. And I think this is a good perspective coming from the industry itself. I mean, we are not, as the project management part trying to pull information from them, but actually they're pulling Cool Up project into this because they really would like to be a part of this NCAP process. And I think this is something that may be very key factor, key parameter in Turkey, that the sector is so strong and willing, let me say. Thank you.
Thank you, and push it, yeah. Then coming back to the finance world, and we already talked about the different perspective here. So what aspects do you see for policymakers and project initiators need to pay particular attention to in order to increase their chances of receiving financing? So just, reverse a little bit the perspective and give us some tips. What is important considering their perspectives?
Yeah, thank you very much. I think this is, has been a very interesting conversation. I think from us, as from the perspective of development banks, we know for sure that the bulk of the financing for the transition that we're talking about is not going to come from the public. It's going to come largely from the private sector, right? So whatever we do, the reason why we take the kind of risk we take as MDBs is not because we want to be, we love to take risk. We're taking those risks to be able to help crowd in private sector actors into those sectors that they would otherwise not want to go. We've seen sectors where private sector would typically not want to go there because it's so risky. Like you put your money there, it's gone. No private sector stakeholder would want to do that. But because we are public banks, we are owned by everyone, the government, the state, basically. So we do have some liberty to be able to take some kind of calculated, not just any kind of risk, calculated risk, but much more than the way you will find in the private sector. So with that understanding, the first thing that we typically always want to see is that the government is taking leadership in anything we do, because we are owned by the government. So as much as possible, we do not work in a way that contradicts what the government. So if the government is saying we're actually looking at advancing effort in sustainable cooling, it makes sense for us to align ourselves with that. So we do have our own strategy, which is basically what we call the country partnership strategy that determines where we work with a country within 3 to 5 years. So once we get that signal from the government, we engage them, and we know for sure that this is an area that they want to invest in. It makes a good case for us to be able to actually put a lot of our resources into that. The other area that we feel that we would want beyond just the signal and the regulatory aspect or the policy aspect is around the place of capacity. Capacity plays a very key role. Sometimes we earmark resources that are not used, most times. In fact, most times that happens. You see, when you talk about disbursement rate of MDBs, it can be very low. Not necessarily because they don't want to put out the money, but the capacity to actually consume the money, to use the money, it's not there, right? So that capacity to really be able to utilize these resources is actually very key. And that's why we really prefer to often, of course, we love to work in every countries, but countries that do have systems that are very well established, they make it easier for our lives to be able to actually go in and say, okay, the systems are there, the banks are there, they're well established. Even the agencies that are implementing some of this investment, they have the needed capacity, whether it's the Ministry of Energy, whether it's environment, whether it's trade, whether it's agriculture. We know the capacity is there, right? So it makes our life much easier. It doesn't necessarily mean that if the capacity is not there, we're not going to go there. No, that's part of our role, to be able to enhance those capacity. But the better it is, the much easier for us to be able to actually get in there. One other point that beyond talking about whether people have talked about sustainability. For us as MDBs, sustainability is quite broad. It's not just about whether it's environmentally sustainable. It's about, can this investment, can it pay back itself? That's always very key. And the business guy would always do the same. Our private sector colleagues, they will tell you, if we invest in this, can it pay back itself? Yes, we know these are solutions that may not necessarily pay back themselves. And that's why we need people like us, institutions like us, to be able to play that role, to take that upfront cost. And then we have that timeline to say, okay, this is the period that we're working with you, and then we're going to exit. Basically, the point I made earlier. One point that I also would like to chip in, because I know we're running out of time, is around, there was a point that relates to monetary policy within countries, particularly with the context of inflation today, that exchange rate issues in many countries. Those are big issues, all right? Now, one of the things that we've seen in some countries where we've worked, where particularly issues around exchange rate can be a major issue. We know that from experience that there are solutions like this. When the bigger the scale, the prices will typically go down over time. So in the sense that if you have a huge adoption rate, there is an open market where there is a lot of players in it, then the prices will typically go down. But before you get to that stage, you need to actually provide some sort of incentive to be able to allow a lot of people to crowd in resources there. So it's all about the way the government is able to understand the sector and decide what's the best approach that works for them. So basically having tailored solution to the context of that country. But one last point that I'm going to make is around domestication of those solutions. Importing those solutions will not help any economy. I think that's something that is very crucial. If you're talking about cooling and it's going to be imported somewhere, it's not going to benefit that local economy. And as a result, those issues around exchange rate, inflation, they're going to always have a problem with them. And the adoption is going to be impacted by that. So it's all-inclusive solution where the country is also thinking about how do we domesticate those kind of solutions, where if we know that we have a huge opportunity to be able to scale this up, but then can we domesticate it where it creates jobs like our friend from India actually talked about, right? So those elements, I think they are so important for us as a development bank, beyond just the fact that we provide financing, but then the long-term transition and impact that that's going to make. I'm going to stop there. Thanks.
Very much, and also tackling a little bit the challenges with regard to inflation and also the the high interest rate at the moment. No, that is really something that industry and also end users faces at the moment, and that needs to be considered also in the financing mechanism for sustainable cooling. Yeah, thank you very much. So then let's come to the last question, Chika. So the Global Cooling Pledge will be launched, I think, on Tuesday, so I remember. So globally, how do you see the role of NCAPs can contribute in achieving the Global Cooling Pledge targets? So what could be the role of national cooling action plans in this respect?
Thank you for bringing that up. So for those of you who don't know, the COP28 UAE presidency was very interested in developing a global cooling pledge to really bring a spotlight on cooling and mainstreaming sustainable cooling, and Cool Coalition has been a partner in enabling and facilitating that for the presidency. And my team has been working super hard, and we're keeping our fingers crossed that we see lots and lots of countries sign up on the 5th of December. And while I have not seen the final formal pledge, because of course the technical inputs went from us, and you know, after that the politics has taken over, so I actually don't know exactly what the language looks like right now, but I do want to share with everyone that on the back of the Global Cooling Pledge, we've also been working on a cooling spotlight report this entire year at the Cool Coalition with many partners who are actually here. And what we've identified is that you need action primarily across building codes and passive solutions. You really need action on efficiency and standards in labels, so MAPs and standards in labels. And you really need to look at your refrigerant phase down and what that could mean in terms of the pace and the scale of it, also like refrigerant management. And if you take care of these three things, globally we can achieve a 68% reduction in our cooling emissions by 2050. And this is going to be possible while you're increasing access to cooling. So it's not coming because inequity just sort of stays the way that it is, right? And for this to happen, what the report has also identified is that cooling action plans are one of those novel integrated regulatory framework pieces, you know, that can enable these three pillars and associated line ministries, but other line ministries as well, to actually be engaged in the conversation to a point of creating ownership towards implementation. So I think we're seeing, we've calculated, because we ran a survey as well for this report, where we went to all 193 member states of the UN. And we've seen that more than 80% of all governments are paying attention to sustainable cooling. There's at least one critical policy, which is amongst these three policies, that is in place in 80% of the governments today. However, only 53 countries are actioning regulation on all three. right? And there are less than 40 national cooling action plans at play globally. So what we know is that the sensibility around cooling is increasing, it's becoming more mainstream, but the action isn't enough, the ambition isn't enough, and the implementation of these policies is definitely not enough. And our belief and our research finds that national cooling action plans are a very significant and important tool in getting that conversation and that political momentum going so that industry, civil society, and international collaboration partners can actually back what the country is trying to do there.
Yeah, thank you very much. And yeah, let's hope that as many countries as possible see that really that chance also in developing a national cooling plan and therefore also contribute to cooling pledge targets. So yeah, let's see. So thank you very much. I would like to close our side event. I would like to thank you very much, my panelists. I think we cover very different aspects on developing and implementing a national cooling action plan. And yeah, if you are interested, you also can reach out to any of us also after our side event. And thank you very much for attending it.
Very honored to be with you here for this side event on the low emissions from the HAT countries, high ambient temperature countries. Before I start, also I wish to extend thanks to the Ozone Secretariat for bringing us together under this initiative to share with the interested stakeholders about this important topic. HAT countries is a very interesting topic that we have been, dealing with since 2013-14 when we started to get closer to the adoption of the Kigali Amendment. So in this 1 hour side event, we will try with the panelists to serve through this topic to talk about the conditions in product and product development, bending refrigerant transition, necessary regulatory interventions, refrigerant question and energy efficiency, and what's the current governmental structure to govern the refrigeration and air conditioning sector, and taking into account the spread of responsibility of the sector between different entities. Do we need really a ministry for refrigeration? But before we start our session, I will try to give you a very quick refresher about what does it mean, high ambient temperature country. The main use of HCFCs and HFCs in the refrigeration air conditioning sector applications represent almost 86% of the global warming weighted use of HCFCs and HFCs. Okay, sorry. It is recognized in the Kigali Amendment that designing a refrigeration system for operation at extremely hot creates several special challenges for air conditioning system. These challenges can include the heat loads are higher than the milder climates. Heat is rejected by air conditioning system at higher condensing temperature than in milder climates. These factors mean that air conditioning systems operates at hot need to be or to have greater cooling capacity for a given room size, and that they use more energy than equivalent air conditioning system. 5 speakers will cover areas related to the manufacturing and industry perspective. And we have a panelist representing the governmental and policy side of the topic. And we will try to shed some light on the current challenges related to hard countries, especially as many countries from this group will be ratifying the Kigali Amendment. I will not take much time of introduction. I will move directly to the first presenter, Mr. Ata Al-Rayes, to talk about the alternative or his experience in tackling the issue of air conditioning in hard country. Mr. Ata, please, you have the floor.
Thank you. Most welcome to everyone. This is what I'd like to start with. Product, as a product department, when we are saying a product, it's a finished product. So we are always saying that, yes, I have received this unit to this area. It should be delivered. But in reality, this product is a combine of multiple points, such as a gas, compressor, evaporator, and the condenser. So this system, as a system, when we call it a system, what will be the challenges during the development? Is this system will be delivering the performance to the expected performance of the end user target? So always we are doing the AC for the end user. So this this product, when we take a deep close information, instead of designing and showing the performance as a design, we want to see this product performing by the end user in his home. So we have installed the latest technology in our product range in 5 different projects. So these 5 different projects are showing a performance, and these specs of the product, it has the latest technology of refrigerant as a split DX unit, which is using R32 refrigerant gas. And it's what we have initiated. We have replaced the old system, which is on-off system, by the inverter technology. So why we are saying inverter, because it will have the highest efficiency for seasonal load. And what our objectives? We want to see the real performance of this unit after replacement. So here, the information that everyone looks for. What will be the impact of this system after replacement? So what we have achieved, the total cooling 1,962,000 BTU, which is equal to 163 ton of cooling capacity, with the same capacity of installed unit before. And what we have achieved, what we have noticed, annual power consumption, 196,000 kilowatt annually saving for these 5 different villas. And the carbon of saving is equivalent to 78,000 kilogram of CO2. And these numbers are gathered from DEWA bill. So these 5 villas are installed in one area in Dubai. As a total, and the surprise of that information, for most of the villas we found that we have achieved 62% of peak load saving for most of the villas. So what's that? The key points that we are having out from this case study. When we say a retrofit project, what we have to consider? What are the challenges what we are going to face? First of all, this project that we want to replace it, does the civil work consider that unit can be replaced or not? For example, the pipe crossing that area, the opening of the ceiling, the unit can be replaced or not? The duct work, civil work, all these points we have to consider before replacing the unit to achieve the best performance. The second point, air conditioning system. What was the age of the system? Was installed in that building. And the service history, is that service history implemented periodically or not for the old system? And the cooling capacity and the efficiency of the current system, which we cannot measure it on the real house. So of course, when we coming and stepping in and the villa and saying that we will make a saving of 64%, we don't know the actual efficiency of the system installed on that villa or building. So it's so difficult to identify. Efficiency of the new unit, we have it, of course. But from that, the most of the point that we have to consider also, the set point degrees of the end user, what he's targeting for. 24, he was targeting before 22. Maybe was the old system was having 22 a set point temperature. So that 22 will be repeated, used by the human, by the end user. If that is yes, okay, the first question is answered. The occupancy level in that house. Maybe he have 3 guests. Later on, he have 1 guest. So this kind of analysis, we want to see the saving really by the end user achievement without forcing any set point or forcing any other additional element to the end user. And the operation behavior of the system. These are the 3 points we have to consider. From my presentation, this is this is what I have to share with you for today. I hope we will have more information and more sharing points for the coming events. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. I have the pleasure to invite Andrea Cavalet also to present on the topic, please. So we will be talking about CO2 technology.
Good afternoon, everyone. It's a real pleasure to stay here and to speak about a case study on CO2 implementation in Abu Dhabi. That is 100 kilometers from here on a supermarket. So before deep dive on the case study, I just want to give a brief overlook on the green solutions, so the natural solutions that the refrigeration industry has developed in the last years. So we can divide in 3 main groups: is the hydrocarbons, CO2, and ammonia, where hydrocarbons are thermal refrigerants that are mainly used in the self-contained and hermetically sealed equipment in commercial, professional, and household refrigeration. Even if I have to say that hydrocarbons we can see now in some chillers, in Europe especially. Basically, hydrocarbons are the one that you have in all your fridges at home, mostly. CO2, GWP equal to 1, so global warming potential equal to 1, is a non-flammable refrigerant used for centralized refrigeration systems, mainly in the medium and large store supermarkets in commercial and industrial refrigeration. Here I have the numbers for Europe. There are around 60,000 plus installation of transcritical systems with an annual growth rate of 40%. That is mainly due to the implementation of the F-gas in the past years. And then we have the ammonia that has a GWP equal to 0, that is mainly used in industrial refrigeration, around 2,500 installation. All these 3 refrigerants, let me say, are competing against each other for different projects. And this means that there is a green solution or a natural solution for many of the applications. If we go straight to the case study, because I know that the time is very short, I just want to show you this success history. I'm presenting here 2 stores that are both of them are Carrefour, operated by Majid Al Futtaim. One is in Alain store, is an Alain, sorry, is a R404 system, a very basic system that is the standard, let me say, in the market. And the other one is in my city center, Masdar, is the sustainable city of Abu Dhabi. Again, 100 kilometers from here, if somebody wants to see, is more than welcome. There are 128 kilowatts of refrigeration load. Is a medium supermarket in Al Ain, and 166 is Masdar City Center, that is a little bit bigger. We requested Carrefour to share with us the energy data, and the results are these. So we asked them let me say, the hottest month. Okay, August is missing, but July is quite hot enough for who is used to Middle East country. So we can see that measured energy data, I don't know if there is a pointer here. Ah, no, it's not working, okay. Anyway, for May, we can see that in Masdar, the consumption is around 74,000 kilowatt hour per month against Al Ain, that is 115,000. Considering that Masdar city center is around 20% bigger, we can see that the difference in energy consumptions is around 50%. Means that the transcritical system, CO2, operated by the same customer, so by Carrefour, in Masdar city center is 50% more energy efficient than the standard R404 that is operating in Al Ain. If we go now to some economical and environmental say implications, and we speak about the total cost of ownership, we see that comparing the CO2 and the R404, and taking into consideration around 12 years of store life cycle, we have a total cost of ownership that everybody of you knows that is a capital investment plus energy consumptions plus maintenance cost. It's around $2.3 million in 12 years, while in the CO2 is around $1.8 million. So the net present value of the system is around $500,000. If we go to the environmental implications, we can see that R404 system compared to CO2 system is around 72% more pollutant than the CO2 system in tons of CO2 equivalent, the total environmental warming impact, sorry. And then if we plot in a XY axis years and total cost of ownership, we see that the payback is around 3 years. This is obviously, this picture that you see here is for this specific case study. Each case study can differentiate each other, but this is to tell you, let me say, what I found in this specific store. So, energy saving around 45 to 50%, CO2 compared 404, total environmental warming impact is 72%, and payback 3 years. Key takeaways, and I think that I was fast enough. Okay, good. All these that I show you is thanks to the F-gas that has been implemented in 2015 in Europe, because thanks to that, we developed a lot of new technologies available for the new countries, for the hot countries. So we basically took the already available technology in Europe and we implemented it here. And the results presents that CO2 is efficient, is reliable, is 4 years that is running, and is sustainable financially and environmentally. Thank you.
May I call upon Gary? Please, you have the floor.
Thank you very
Don't
much.
waste more time.
Yep. First slide is missing, but good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for attending, and thank you for the opportunity to speak. Thank you, Khaled. So, Gerry van den Ende, working for Baltimore Aircoil, global manufacturer of evaporative cooling equipment. The first slide is actually missing, but I actually had an awareness slide where we look at the energy about the electricity consumption in the Middle East, where you can see that actually 70% of all the energy, all the electricity that is produced in the Middle East goes into cooling, and then goes to buildings. And then when you look more specific to those buildings, more than 70% goes into cooling. So here, Khaled already indicated it, a lot of energy goes into cooling. More than 50% of all the electricity in the Middle East goes into cooling. So this is why we really need to look with a strong focus on cooling, because that's where really the big gainings are to be done. We all know the problem of global warming. Global warming means higher ambient temperatures, means more cooling, means higher electricity demands, means burning more fossils, and the cycle is round. So what can we do to break this cycle? One item, of course, is to decrease the burning of fossil fuels. So if you make the electricity consumption or the electricity production more efficient by using renewables, green hydrogen maybe, solar, wind, etc. But that will probably take time, and that is not so easy. Another element is to, of course, look at the cooling process and see what we can do to improve. And there we refer really to the use of water-cooled systems with evaporative cooling, which is a much more efficient technology to cool a building. Now, what is evaporative cooling? Well, if we cool a building, we need to remove the heat. We remove the heat by using the ambient air, right? So we have one system, which is called a dry cooler. The dry cooler, which you typically find on the roof, uses the ambient air. However, very often it's designed for in a heat-affected zone. It's a very high ambient. You use 48 degrees, very high temperature. The other system is the water-cooled system, which is then connected to evaporative cooling, where you work with a much lower temperature, where you work with a much lower ambient temperature, because you work with the wet bulb temperature, which typically is around 10 degrees lower. Here, in the hat zones, the wet bulb temperature is around 10 to 15 degrees lower. So that is really a very big difference, and that allows us to have a much more efficient cooling. So we consume a lot less energy. The energy savings are up to 50% when you convert an air-cooled system into a water-cooled system. And these are just in the heat-affected zone, a few dry bulbs, design dry bulb and design wet bulb temperatures. So you see a huge difference between the two. Now, this is an example of a 500-ton cooling application in a random area here in the Middle East. Let's take Riyadh, where a 500-ton air-cooled chiller, making a quick calculation, would consume 1,375,000 kilowatt hours. If you implement a water-cooled system, the annual electricity consumption will only be 860,000 kilowatt hours. This means a total reduction of 515,000 kilowatt hours, including, which is around 40%. This amount, this 860,000 kilowatt hours, is including evaporative cooling tower and the pump. So these are really extreme savings, directly in the core of the cooling system. Very important, of course, is to make sure that you have certified equipment, which will not only certify the capacity, the performance of your system, but it will also certify the energy savings that are realizable, that you can gain. Voila, and I think that was it. Thank you.
Yeah. Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Vilas. I'm from Aeroseal Middle East. I take this opportunity to thank Marcus Eurovent, UNEP, Mr. Khalid, and Ozone Secretariat for this opportunity to present our company and the technology. So Aeroseal is a US-based technology company, and we have some unique technology to present here. So in HAT, we have a lot of air conditioning, and with a lot of air conditioning, we have a lot of ducting network. And what we have observed in our experience in this countries is that the duct leakage is often ignored, either due to lack of awareness or due to the challenges to fix this problem. And as we know that when there is a leakage in the ducting system, it is because we can't see it, it is ignored. Whereas if this was the same problem with water leakage, I'm sure we would have attended to that much faster. But air we can't see, and that's why it is ignored. And you will be surprised to see what kind of savings we have achieved in the case studies, which I'm going to present in next slides. So we have a technology where we isolate the duct to be sealed, we pressurize the duct, do a static pressure test, measure the leakage, and in the same setup we inject the vinyl acetate polymer in vaporized form, and this vinyl acetate polymer, due to pressure difference, tries to escape from the gaps, and in the process seals it. And if the leakage is 20% before sealing, we can bring it down to 1%. So we can seal 95% of the leakages and bring down the energy wastage. Yeah. Next, I'm going to show you the case study of Hilton Hotel Riyadh, where we were called because there was a problem of air balancing. Some of the areas were not getting enough air volume, and that's why they were not achieving the air balancing in the project. So when we did the pre-seal test of the project, we found that 33,000 plus CFM was leaking. You can imagine this is a lot of energy wastage which is happening because of this leakage. And after we sealed the entire ducting network, the final leakage came down to just 5%, or just 95% of the leakage was sealed, so just 1% of the installed capacity. So we sealed 95% of the leakage, and by doing that, we reduced the energy consumption by 716,000 kilowatt hour, which includes the cooling load as well as fan power and fan motor heat gains. So CO2 emission reduction in this project was achieved by more than 407,000 tons. So this is the case study of Saudi. And next, I will talk about a case study in UAE, where we did, again, Hilton Hotel in Ras Al Khaimah Beach Resort, where it was a retrofit project, energy retrofit project, where we were called in to see if they can achieve better efficiency in the ducting network. So when we measured the leakage here, it was tremendous. It was 67,000 plus CFM leakage in this project, with 18 AHUs and 8 FAHUs. When we brought it down, when we sealed the leakages, the energy saving we achieved was more than 547,000 kilowatts. And this amounts only to the fan power savings and fan motor heat gain saving. No cooling load is considered in this. And in both the projects, the ROI, in case of Riyadh, because here we were also measuring the cooling load savings, here the ROI was just 11 months. And in this case, it was just over 14 months. So the amount of energy wasted through duct leakage is enormous. And we wanted to bring this to this forum so that everybody is aware of this problem, and we can be be sure that what we are wasting can be really saved by our technology. So thank you so much for this opportunity.
I think it's time now to call for panelists to take their seat. Please come, speakers. Yaqub. Please, have a seat. Yeah, we will stand here. Before we start, I wish to thank also, I forgot to thank at the beginning my colleague, my friend Marcos from Eurovent, who's partnering with us in organizing this side event. And we are happy to shed light on topics that we never touched before. Previous work on for hot countries was mainly focused on alternative to the conventional refrigerants that may work in hot countries. I think we need to see the big picture. So I hand the mic to Marcos to start
the moderation. Thank you. Let me try out if this is a good corner. Can you hear me? Is this working? Hello. Yes, it's working, so that we can give one microphone to the speakers. And thank you very much for this opportunity to, in this forum of COP28, to shed a little bit of a brighter light on the industry. We have heard 4 presentations, very quick ones, on very diverse aspects of HVACR systems. From the air conditioning side to refrigeration to cooling with evaporation to the ventilation aspect of a building. And I would like to start now coming back to hot countries and the core question which has been prevailing in the past decades on refrigerants. Atta, you have been active on air conditioning for a long time. You have just done a retrofit projects based on air conditioners using R32. What is your experience so far with the transition of refrigerants? Is R32 working compared to R410? What do you expect is the next step forward in bringing?
Highlight the refrigerant moving. It's not one of the parts that we are having as a challenge. The people who's working with the as equipment to how to deal with the refrigerant and putting the specs of the copper pipe and the connection of the duct to achieve the highest efficiency, one of the major factors that we are having. So the new refrigerant, we have conducted a lot of training, how to handle the product, how to handle the performance to achieve the maximum efficiency with that system. So it wasn't easy at the beginning. There will be a lot of challenges of accepting the new refrigerant, R32, and a little bit of saying that what case of the performance. So they are asking for a lot of information. So we have conducted the training. We have training the technicians. We have training already the contractors how to handle that units. And we have also installed the unit in front of the contractors as commissioning the system also by ourselves to show the performance, to ensure that refrigerant and the equipment will be having that maximum efficiency with the low GWP that we are targeting always for this market.
Excuse me.
Is it? Yes. Now. Okay. Andrea, on the refrigeration side, you have done projects with CO2. How do you see the acceptance of natural refrigerants in the industrial refrigeration business or commercial refrigeration?
That's a good question. So, now, first of all, actually, while Hata was speaking, I was thinking, sorry, Marco, just one step back. Who chose R32? You choose, right?
The R32, one of the highest efficiency that we are having in our hand for the RAC unit. So as a manufacturer, right? Yes, as a manufacturer, we are targeting the efficiency models. So based on that elements, as a manufacturer, the compressor, the condenser, the evaporator, suppliers, and with the refrigerant, we found that as a goal to achieve that target.
Yeah, the point here, Marco, is that in the Middle East, it's the manufacturer that is choosing the refrigerant. So it's in the hand of the good manufacturer to have the good energy efficient solutions, because there is nobody basically that is telling you what to use. There is not so much, let me say, awareness on the customer side, because they basically want the cooling, and for you and for me as well. There is not so much awareness from governmental side to say which refrigerant to use. So we are leaving, let me say, the choice of a very high pollutant mean, that is the refrigerant, to the manufacturer. So how we can, how the customer can choose the right manufacturer, on which base can choose the right manufacturer, is on is price driven, is name driven, is so this is obviously is aesthetically, so it's just a provocation obviously from my side, but why we choose to do the CO2, because the customer wants to do a very high sustainable system in a sustainable city, so they ask us to implement the CO2 solution. Transition, if I have to reply to answer to your question, Marco, is that change of mindset is very difficult in the Middle East. So if we don't have a real, let me say, a pressure from regulation side, it will be almost impossible to put, to do the natural refrigerant.
I would like to continue with Gary, to stay on the cooling side. You are promoting a technology which is using water water evaporation to lower the temperature, the condenser temperatures, which allows you to reduce chiller sizing, right? How is that in hot and ambient temperature countries when you have scarce water availability? How does that connect or compare with the conventional cooling in terms of energy consumption?
Right. Well, water-cooled systems are applicable in all countries, so they can be perfectly designed for any temperature. You just need to consider that you are working in higher temperatures, so you need to design the systems accordingly. What is the challenge? Sometimes is indeed the water supply. These systems consume water. At the drawback, of course, of energy. They consume a lot less energy, but you need to have water. Now, water in most HED countries, or in a lot of HED countries, there is desalination. The cost of desalination, or the energy that you need for desalination, is much less than the energy savings, or is much less actually than the energy savings you can realize with water-cooled systems. So even a water-cooled system which consumes water will consume overall a lot of less electricity than air-cooled systems. Why is an air-cooled system often chosen? This is this has a lot to do with the governmental institutions, where there is really no obligation, where end users are free to choose whatever system they can do. Contractors are free to choose whatever system they use. Consultants. So there is no really regulation. Everyone chooses what he thinks is the best system for him.
Yeah.
So the air side is one of the most overlooked aspects of an HVAC system. There is no motor involved in a duct system, but we are losing, as we have seen with your examples, a tremendous amount of energy in the ducts. How do you experience the market situation offering your solutions, and what would you need in order to make the eyes wide open how much energy we could save with putting more focus on the ductworks?
Thank you, Marcus. We have done more than 300 buildings in the region so far. And you will be surprised that only 5% of that are energy saving projects. 95% of the projects are correction projects. We have been called when the air balancing was not achievable. So you can imagine the awareness level. And so that's why we have very few case studies of energy saving projects, most of the projects which we have done. So there is really a lot to be done to create awareness. And as I gave that analogy of water leakage versus air leakage. And also the energy subsidy has also played a big role in ignoring this problem. In many countries, the energy still remains very cheap. So they prefer to increase the fan power to achieve airflow than to fix the problem. So there's certainly a lot of room where we can, as a company, as an entity, Eurovent, as UNEP, we all can do to create awareness that this problem can really be solved very easily with technologies available today. And thus we can achieve better airflow, better air quality, and reduced energy consumption.
Let's make a final quick round before we come to the government side. If we think about what can we or what would we recommend to governments to stand up and have a quick look and a quick fix with a regulation. We have, I think, solutions which are rather complicated to achieve, also with a regulatory intervention, but there are relatively simple measures which we could implement on a fast pace. Thinking about shading of equipment, like some kind of requirements in the building codes, etc. If I just go through the speakers, give me one or two wishes where you would say to the government, hey, we should do this or that.
First of all, I really would like to highlight one point. The government have increased from 5.3 to 11 from 5.9 to 11.3 as an efficiency for the UAE, which is approximately 40% of increasing. And that initiated, it was in 2011. But what about the old buildings, which was before 2011? What was the efficiency over there? The installer of the units, they are installing it in a proper way to achieve the high efficiency? Maybe we are achieving now as an accepted rate of efficiency, but I should have a wish list that's saying that we have to check these installers, contractors, how they are installing the unit and what are the actual performance efficiency in that building. So this is my wish list to say that there should be a catch-up to check all these performance and the building efficiency, and a very often building analysis. Is this building having that efficiency or not? Or this equipment should be changed?
Two wish lists. I mean, in the wish list there are two. First one is a ban on R404. So basically, implementation of the Gali amendment much more in advance compared to what is planned to be. That is 2032 for Middle East, and closing the cabinets. I mean, we still have the open cabinets, the chiller open cabinets in the market, in the supermarket, while closing the put-in simple door is saving 50% straight away.
Yeah, I have only one wish list for the government, and it's very simple. So as long as the financial model or business model calls for maximizing profit by reducing cost at the time of construction, new technologies will find it very, very difficult to get acceptance. So if the government can come up with some incentives for efficiency and penalties for inefficiencies, I think that can bring in more awareness faster and will probably motivate more and more developers or the building owners to invest in new technologies to improve efficiencies.
This is a very good point. So incentives on energy efficiency would be a very strong point. Regulations also on which kind of systems and what kind of overall building efficiency you will have when you build a new project. So that would be a very nice one.
Yeah. If you then now hand it over to Jakob and Jakob. So you have heard a couple of wishes and.
Thank you very much for giving me this chance. I think everybody is blaming the government. I will be honest, as always. I'm very harsh when you tackle the government, so bear with me. First of all, I will not leave the wish list, leave it now. If you think it's awareness, who will awaken the government? You need me to make awareness for the people, right? Who will give me as a government the awareness? Isn't the industry? The industry is giving me a bad awareness. I will transfer this the same. Do you think that the government of GCC are inventor of technologies? Do you believe that one? Or you are the inventor of these technologies? Did you make awareness for the government? Tell me. I attend all the air conditioning seminars, all in the GCC. I never hear about ventilations. I never attend any conference in the GCC related to that one. The first time I hear about CO2 was in Jordan last month, right? It was not being there. So how you are blaming the government when you start now? You want the government to cuddle you like a baby? You have to be blamed. You didn't invent this one before. Where was it? Did the ventilation systems leakage was just being noticed? It was noticed from 25 years. I am an air conditioning engineer. I work in the engineering. I install in the governmental building. The installing of the ducting systems is related to the supplier of the equipment itself. He's responsible. And you say the government have to look to how the duct is installed. I will tell you what. I was trained by the guy who said, don't look to these things. From the alliance companies. Now who to be blamed? The technology provider or the government people? Three things. Now, the other things you are saying about initiatives, energy efficiency incentives. Why? Why you want me to put incentive? Ban non-efficient equipment in your country not to transfer to my country. End of the story. Why I incentivize efficient equipment? If the manufacturer of these equipment say whatever is used in X countries efficient, it will no less than this efficient can be exported, then we will be relaxed. Any governmental, any employees, any local guy, he will not find on the shelf inefficient equipment. This is the reality. You are talking just to say that the government have to do regulation. We have to force people. This is not the right one. They have the right. You want me to take the incentive from them? Okay, I have to raise their salaries. What is the idea then? You are producing inefficient equipment. Who's producing this equipment? Kuwait? I have one manufacturer who manufactures 7,000 units a year. What is this to the capacity? In UAE, you have SKM. What is the proportion of this local to the importers? This is what you have to look. Look to yourself, what you are reflecting to us. So this is, the industry have to be blamed. Put pressure on your mother companies not to sell inefficient equipment to Middle East. Then you will see, we are unified, we are everyone. I will give you one example. I was shocked in the USA. The leak tightness inside USA in equipment is different than leak tightness in pipe. Just imagine, leak tightness in pipe. 1 millimeter of welding extra. They don't do it if they export it to the Middle East. What do you want us to do? We are not a developer. We are not inventor. We are adapting countries. So deal with yourself, put these on our market, everything will be solved. If I put a law now today, all the country have to go to the electrical cars. Are you ready to supply these ones? I will put it now. Are you ready to supply 2 million cars for Kuwait in next year? Are you ready to supply 6 million cars to UAE next year? Are you ready to supply 17 million cars to Saudi Arabia? No. Then why you ask us? Prepare yourself, adjust yourself, send it where you are the developed country. And for the retrofitting, I will ask for the retrofitting of 32. What is the certifications and safety issue that you follow when you retrofit this unit? You follow the Japanese or the USA? If you follow the USA, it's not allowed to use that amount of refrigerant in any place yet in 32 for chillers. If you follow the Japanese one, then the pipe cannot work with you because 32 retrofit to R22 or 14A, this pipe, thermal conductivity is different than a normal thing. So there is a lot of things you're asking as a government to do. Please be careful what you're asking for. Because if we put a law and you cannot deliver, then you will be a blame. So you are blaming me. I'm ready to answer anything for you. But let's be realistic. Let's be really realistic. We don't have this equipment. Do you want the proof? Your countries, your policymakers was sitting in Kigali. They take these 10 countries, put it in a group 2. Why? John Kerry was sitting there on a table in front of me. I have the picture. What he says? He asked his colleague, do you have technology for this guy? They say, no. They say, okay, transfer them 10 years more. This is the reality of the industry by itself. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Yaqub. I think we came here to to find or to find answers to the old question: do we have alternatives for the hard countries that are feasible and workable? Then the issue of efficiency is an additional question. So the focus was on efficiency. I wish to highlight the efficiency. There's one dimension of energy efficiency, which is the price we pay. There's the price to the environment in terms of pollution, emissions, and the price you pay from your pocket for the energy you consume. So the price to the environment, maybe this is what we call, or what we push through the agreements and COPs and MOPs and international work. Like in the price you pay from your pocket, I think government should worry about it, because it's money at the end of the day. Again, the work on energy efficiency is a new area for us, for the Montreal Protocol community. We need to integrate it within our future work to have a sort of holistic approach to tackle the phase out, phase down. We learned today, I think, we need to do the audit. We spoke many times, and I think in our second side event we will talk about certification of technicians and product. The problem when we certify products, we certify a certain product, we don't certify the whole system, and maybe this is what we wanted to shed light on, that when you look at energy efficiency in terms of a product, it is a very narrow angle. We need to see the whole picture, and that's why maybe we heard about building audits in terms of energy. I know this is maybe beyond our work or mandate as Montreal Protocol, but maybe this needs to be bring to the attention of the respective bodies. Marcos, if you wish to add anything. Yeah, but before, sorry, do we have good alternatives for hard countries in terms of refrigerants replacement and system? Maybe in a very simple way to answer, Marcos.
Yeah, I would like to jump in here and say, so there are a couple of aspects here. Jakob, what you say that the industry is in the responsibility to tell the government. This is one of the reasons we have formed Eurovent Middle East out of the industry, so they have a neutral organization which can work as a bridge between the government and the private sector. It's not. I would object to that it's like portrayed that the inefficient equipment is coming into the country. A lot of inefficient equipment is produced locally and naturally. I mean, we have new companies coming up, and they need some time in order to put their way through R&D as the other companies have done so. And then there are a lot of very efficient products and solutions on the market who have it difficult to enter the market because the market is occupied by cheap, inefficient solution. It's not to blame the government, it's not to blame the manufacturers. We need to find solutions, we need to find a way out, and this way out can only work together. We have to work on the market. This is for sure the responsibility of the industry, but we also need the support of the government in order to address certain aspects of it. Then we have issues of what do we regulate. The Montreal Protocol side is, as you said, Khaled, needs to open up to a system approach, not going away from only the refrigerant question. Building audits, building inspections, recurrent commissioning, those are the aspects which we actually would need to see, which are also independent from the manufacturing side. This has nothing to do with the HVAC manufacturers. But if we would have recurrent audits, recurrent commissioning in buildings, it will address the refrigerant leakages, the handling of the refrigerants in building, and it of course addresses the energy efficiency side of that as well. This is something we can encourage from an HVAC industry perspective, but it is way out of our own scope. So this is something we cannot. We can only suggest and see and motivate. To give you the last question again on the refrigerants, maybe Andrea and Atta can.
You wish to answer the question?
See, the idea is for us, we are ready to accept any alternatives eventually, but there is a risk assessment. Who are helping us to do the risk assessment for flammable refrigerant? None. None approach us, guys, we want to help you. You talk about training technicians. I'm ready to train 14,000 technicians in Kuwait. Where is the equipment to train them? I don't have this equipment. You give me what? One unit for 14,000? Let's be realistic. You want to give me? Bring it tomorrow. Hassan have a training center, send it to him. I will wait you until the next COP if the machine goes there. I will wait you for there. Hassan, you have the training center, Khalifa Training Center, take it, free of charge. It's a gift from me. He promised you. Tomorrow. Yes. Give it to him. This is the idea. I will tell you the penetration of the equipment in my country. Do you know that I don't have a law to ban 32 in my country? It can enter. For the last 3 years, the penetration, not penetration, I will give you the exact figure, which is I will never give it for you. 120 units for the last 3 years. 20 units. All in the oil sector working with 32 from this gentleman, guys, from Daikin. I will be honest. You talk about inefficient equipment entering, you say there is a percentage, I will give you the Kuwait numbers. The last year, I have 245,000 units enter to my country. Most of them are coming from one of these West Asia countries. I will not mention the name. But do you know what's the problem? That the European manufacturer and USA manufacturer send the manufacturer to that countries so they can manufacture less efficient equipment to send it for us. I have 3 models, 3 brands coming from that country, 2 brands coming from Korea, and the remaining come from USA and Europe. The same efficient. This is a problem. This is reality, and I can give you the figure. I can't put the Excel sheet. Go to Montreal Protocol, look to our HPMBs. You will find the brand, you will find the numbers, you will find everything, you will find the capacity. You cannot say that, no, there is local manufacturers. In the GCC, Emirates have 1 local manufacturer, Kuwait have 1 local manufacturer, Qatar don't have local manufacturer, Bahrain have 1, it's only exported to the GCC, small amount, and in Saudi Arabia they are 3, but they are from other companies from outside. They are building, there are only 2 companies in Saudi Arabia, Al Isa and Al Zamel manufacturing. I know my region, I know my capacity, I know everything. You cannot say that percentage, 10% is affecting the energy in my country. What we need to do is to set as an industry, as a unit, come to my office. If you do a record, listen to each industry when they enter. They are blaming the other industry. Duct people blaming the machine equipment. You go to the machine, they are blaming the service. Put them together, all of them are silent. Put the manufacturer in one room, yeah, everything's good, energy efficiency is good. But if he comes solo to my office, oh no, be careful, this is one, no, you cannot accept chiller, you cannot accept 32, you cannot, by any chance. All these are removable, huh? Because still HFCs. You want me to adopt something and then I have to remove it after 15 years. Who will pay that money? Who will pay that money? We are not sitting for your trial and error. Decide, then come to us. How much the penetration in Europe for 32? Equipment, air conditions. How much the penetration for hydrocarbon in USA? This is the figures. Give us these figures, let's understand it. This is the reality for us to go and see. Energy efficiency, we can do it easily. Give me the equipment. Give me the efficient equipment with high ambient temperature countries.
We can provide the figures for Europe. If you don't have them, then okay. We can do that through our market intelligence.
You cannot find
it. No, we have it.
I think we came to the end of the session. Unfortunately, 1 hour is not enough for such a hot topic. Like
a hot topic.
Temperature. I think we have decided to organize a thematic meeting on hot countries maybe next year, early next year, and we will give more time and give more focus to see how we go about it, because this is still the main barrier, for countries to maybe to comply with the future obligations under the Kigali Amendment. And maybe also will affect the full compliance with the last target under the HCFC phase out. Thank you very much indeed. Thank you, Ozone Secretariat, and thank you to the audience. Thank you so much. Thank you.